What is going on, everyone? Welcome to Rip City Retro. It is finally the 2026 NBA Draft Round 1 day. Very excited for the draft. It's usually one of my favorite days of the year. Unfortunately for the Blazers, they don't have a pick in this draft, so um, not as excited as I normally would be for this. Why is that not completely fitting right? But yeah, happy to be here. We got about 45 minutes till the draft starts, and then yeah, we'll go from there. Um, see, give me just a second. I'm just gonna fix the top of the screen real quick. Do some editing live on the air. There we go. Just make a little black line at the top. All right. I'm not the most technological savvy person, however you say it. How's everyone doing today? In case you missed it, pretty excited for the Blazers to sign Mike Onoria as coach, and looking forward to that. I definitely think it was weird how the contract was structured, but yeah, definitely did not squash any of the cheapness rumors for Tom Dundon. So definitely going to be interesting how that all plays out with a 1-year deal, basically a prove it deal, with the Blazers controlling the next 2 years after that. But yeah, I'm excited to finally have a coach for the Blazers. Yeah, I really, I'm really excited to talk about a lot of these prospects. Haven't really gotten to talk much draft. There's been so much other news between trade rumors and coaching rumors and the new ownership and stuff like that. That's taken, obviously a lot of focus of time and stuff like that. So I'm excited to actually get into some draft stuff for the first time, really. And but like I said, it's kind of a bummer that there is no Blazer actual roster news to talk about yet this offseason. We'll see if that changes today. I don't expect the Blazers to make a trade into the draft for today, maybe tomorrow. But we're going to be here and find out together. And if you haven't read, if you're active in chat and you haven't read the pinned message, it's basically just saying try not to say who is going to be picked until it's actually picked. If there's a trade or something, feel free to mention that in chat so I can see, because I obviously can't just watch Twitter and see what happens. But I'll try to unmute and play the audio for whenever Adam Silver goes to the podium and announces a pick. So you guys can let me know if you can hear that okay or not. And then we can all react together with that. But yeah, right now, if there's like speculation on who is going to go number one, that's fine to talk about. I mean, the number one pick, I guess, isn't really spoiling it. Although there is, outside of a couple years ago with the Reese Shea draft, there hasn't been a lot of drafts where you didn't know who was going to go number one. So this one, I think there's two people who could go number one. And that's Darren Peterson or AJ Dembonsa. I personally prefer AJ Dembonsa over Darren Peterson. I just like his willingness to. I mean, he played at a smaller school or a not known basketball school. I know he got paid a ton of money, but I don't know. I like his size and his abilities. I like Darren Peterson on the court as well. Not really a fan of some of the extracurricular stuff, just having to deal with that. So if it's close, I would take the guy without, having to question attitude or mindset or things like that. And that might all be unfair to Darren Peterson. It's just there's some red flags there in terms of his attitude and stuff like that. But, it could just be that he didn't really care about college, was trying to bide his time to make it to the NBA. It is much more geared towards being an NBA player, and those worries could all be behind us. I don't know. I kind of worry about some of the things he says sometimes and stuff like that. So I understand why, if you have him number one or think he should go number one or is going to be the best player in the draft, can't argue with that. I mean, he's super talented. I just would avoid the potential headache and take a safer pick. And I don't think it's like less talented pick either. Like if it was Wemby versus, Brandon Miller going second or Scoot Henderson, I think you take whoever. Or the Anthony Edwards draft was a good example of this. Right before the draft, an interview with him comes out about how he'd much rather play football and isn't really into basketball. He just likes being what playing basketball comes of it. So there were all kinds of question marks about his mindset and attitude, and he ended up being fine. So I don't think I don't think it's like the biggest deal. I don't think it should hurt him that much. I just think in this particular draft, you have 3 potential number 1 picks in a lot of other drafts, and so it being that close, I actually have him 3rd on my board, and I think Cameron Boozer is being wildly slept on based on just being a solid player, and everyone thinks he's just okay at everything and just a safe player, but I think he's gonna excel in the NBA. I don't know if he'll be like a star player or not, and that's why ultimately I would take AJ. And if I was starting a team, I'd probably take Peterson over Boozer, but I think if you're just shooting for the biggest star potential, it's obviously Dybonsa or Peterson. Lazy Panda says he's not slept on, just AJ and Peterson are that good. I don't know. I see a lot of stuff on Twitter that doesn't, a lot of people on Twitter that aren't a fan of Boozer, but yeah. Tyler says that's my favorite Blazer uni. Yeah, I got the old school Blazer one, but this one is from the 13th pick in the 2004 draft. Without looking it up, who's that, everyone? Who knows that without looking it up? So Rich was supposed to come on and do this pre-draft hour with me, but unfortunately he was unable to. So we'll have to catch him another stream. Martell Webster, that was close, Mancer. He was the 6th pick in the 2005 draft. So you're off a year. Yeah, there you go. Aeromancer was first. Sebastian Telfair. I got a jersey of his rookie year, and that ended up being a disaster. I had some really bad luck with jerseys when I was younger, so but yeah. Got like Darius Miles, obviously Greg Oden. I have Martell Webster too. Some of it is just because I got like a deal on him or whatever, but Yeah. And we drafted Sebastian Telfair that year and then decided to pass on either Chris Paul or Darren Williams with the third pick the next year, unfortunately, which turned out to be a really bad decision. But over under big NBA trade before the draft starts. I don't know, man. Other than we've had no activity today, right? Outside of the announcement that the Blazers got finally hired a coach. Yeah. Taylor, I did mention that already. I'm going to try to play them audio-wise. Hopefully you guys will be able to hear them. So yeah, as soon as they come to the podium. I just ask that you guys, until you see me on stream, play it. Don't say anything about the pick and chat. Obviously, until 5 o'clock, feel free to give any kind of rumors, or if it's known who the Wizards are going to take at number 1, we can talk about that. No, it's all good. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to remind people like 100 times during the show. But yeah, just if you don't mind, try not to react in chat. I mean, obviously at home you can react all you want, but in chat, try not to type anything about what's happening until you see it on the channel. And yeah, we're just going to hang out for a few hours, watch this draft. For those of you that missed the stream last night, I'd be interested to see how everyone feels about the Giannis trade going to Miami, and then, of course, about Micah Norai signing with the Blazers today and the weird contract situation. Can we react to trades? Yeah, absolutely. If because I'm not going to be able to hear or see many trades that happen, so absolutely, whoever sees it first, announce trades that get announced in chat. But please make sure you're not getting ball sacked there, and try not to post fake trades, because that's annoying. Tyler says Telfair is my most random Blazer of all time. Remember how hyped he was in the magazine since he was in middle school? Yeah, he was like a New York legend, and they have a long list of New York point guards, and he was supposed to be the next great one. Never really panned out, but Alex Wolf with a $5 donation says, "Happy Draft Day / inaugural RCR draft stream. My favorite day of the year. Hoping Cleveland lands Quaintance, Reed, Evans, Malik, or Jefferson. RCR forever, EB." Thanks for the donation, Alex. Appreciate you. Yeah, the Cleveland sitting there at the 29th pick. Alex is obviously really excited because his team gets to actually make a selection today, or if not, they would be involved with the trade. So, yeah, I'm happy for you, Alex. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to live through other teams today because the Blazers, I don't think, are gonna be making a pick today. Lazy Panda was more shocked about Julius Randle being traded for free than Giannis to Miami. Yeah, it is a little surprising. We'll see what Minnesota does with the cap relief from that, but it was a little surprising that they just let a starting player go for nothing. Yeah. The broadcast is obviously going to talk a lot about the Knicks winning the championship like they've done already, and the Giannis trade to Miami. Both were pretty crazy. Yeah, that Cat trade ended up being really good for New York, obviously, winning a title. Has not been great for Minnesota, although they did make, or one of the Western Conference Finals was with Cat, right? So they made one, if I'm not mistaken, with him, and then they traded him coming off a Western Conference Finals run, and then got right back to the same spot the next year. Obviously, he only made it to the second round this year, but had to play a much tougher team in the second round. So, um, yeah, there's been a lot of trade talk today revolving around Trey Murphy. Um, the Blazers have not been listed by anyone talking about it. I don't know if that means we're out on trying to acquire him or if we're just not happy with what it would take to get him. But there are several other teams that are in the running. New Orleans, Atlanta, or not New Orleans. New Orleans is trading him. Atlanta and Brooklyn and Clippers were some of the teams that were meant to be the front runners. But yeah. I think if Atlanta ends up offering that eighth pick, which belonged to New Orleans last year, and then they traded him along with another pick to get Derek Queen. As long as if they end up offering that, I don't see how the Pelicans can pass on that, especially in this draft with a lot of good players there in the lottery. Man, I was obviously crashing pretty hard for this draft, studying, doing a bunch of last minute preparations these last couple days, and then also, we got the big trade and the coaching news this morning, so that took away a little bit of time. But I really like some of the guards after the top four, and so I'm really anxious to see where they all land. I think some of them have some different strengths and weaknesses and stuff, so it'll be interesting. I think the draft starts at 5. I mean, there's a little bit of intrigue with who goes where in the top 4, obviously, but I think at 5 is where it gets really interesting, who the Clippers go with, and then from there on, you got several teams there that are probably going to take. There's going to be a run of guards, and man, I have them ranked right now. I have Acuff 5, Mikhail Brown 6, Kingston Fleming 7, Braden Burries 8, Keaton Wagler 9. But like I could make the argument for any one of those 5 guys, just like the top 3 we talked about already. I can make a case that Wagler's the best fit at 5 for the Clippers. So I think any one of those 5 guys could go in those spots there, and then it'll be interesting. I think Mara's probably gonna slide up into that 8 or 9 range. If the Hawks keep 8, I could definitely see them going for a big man. And then at 9 with Dusty May and Dallas Mavericks being their new coach, I could definitely see them going up to the, or going to them as well at 9. What's weird is, so I was trying to I've had my big board for a while, but you're always tweaking it and making changes to it. There's really, obviously 60 players are going to get selected over the next 2 days, but I only have about 40 players that I would take. And I like everyone past 40, I don't think is draftable in a normal year. Now, obviously 20 of those players are going to get drafted, but I I feel like after about 40 players, this draft just does not have a lot of NBA talent. And that's a lot to do with that was so many people went back to school these last couple of years. So just the pool, the combine, the amount of people invited to the combine, and the list of early entry candidates was so much smaller than normal too. So I feel like there's going to be a lot of players drafted that would be undrafted free agents in normal years. But I also think there's enough players that I don't even know if the Blazers really need to trade into the second round unless it's, early in the 30s or something, because there's going to be some players of comparable skill drafted in the 40s as undrafted players. So I kind of feel like they should just that'd be a cheap way to go after some shooting, and then it doesn't really take a roster spot either. But maybe you hit on the next like Duncan Robinson or AJ Green, Sam Merrill, whoever your 3-point specialist is. So yeah, I would for me, I would just wait this draft out, and then my first call would be to whoever the best shooter on your board is that doesn't get drafted. So we'll see if that works out. But yeah, that's how I would play it. Let's see. What if Brooklyn takes Mara at 6? I mean, Mara's definitely interesting. He could shoot up boards a little bit. So I could definitely see that happening. The Nets are kind of a wild card because they took a bunch of. It just seemed like last year it was just random players, right? It's like all random draft picks, and I don't think any of them were necessarily bad picks at the time. But it just seemed like they were just drafting, hoping, one of them pans out, and just taking chances on different players. And so I could see them doing that same thing with the 6th pick, just taking a random player that they like. But I could also see them at some point they're going to have to start, drafting for need. But I don't know. As long as they're still a bad team, just take the best player available and not worry about that yet. Let's see. I got asked if there was anyone I would stay away from in the lottery. I don't have a guy this year that I'm like, oh no, I hate him. Everyone else likes him. I do think Mara is a little overrated. I understand why he's going to go high. He's obviously skilled. But I wouldn't take him in the top 10 if it was me. I just think there's at least, to me, 9 players that you could make a star argument for in this draft, and I wouldn't pass on any of those to take Mara. But I'd still understand it. I'm not saying don't draft him or anything. So yeah, I think, as high as 6, I don't think that's like a super reach, but yeah, I would definitely, unless you're like a team that's really good at the guard spot already, I would not take him over any of the 5 guards I mentioned. There's also rumors that Yoxel Lendeborg would potentially be the player that slips out of the lottery a little bit. I think that's crazy. I think there's obviously some teams there towards the end of the lottery that are I wouldn't say that necessarily win now. I mean, OKC is win now. Um, like Golden State is still trying to compete with Steph Curry and stuff like that. There's some teams, Charlotte as well. There's some teams that I think he, from day one, is a rotation player and can help them, next season. So I, I, I don't really. I'm not a fan of a bunch of the teams in the teens passing on him. But I mean, if he slips on draft boards and goes to a really good situation, I don't mind that for him either, I guess. And then, Nate Ament, he's such a weird prospect. Like the upside is definitely there, but yeah, I'm not taking him over any of the guards too. I think any team that does is kind of taking a big risk, and I understand why you take a risk on someone with that, potential or and the size and stuff like that you look for in an elite athlete and stuff like that. But I don't know. I he's definitely one of the biggest boom or bust guys in this draft. I'm also I don't really get Kareem Lopez. He's just like okay at a lot of things, and I definitely think he should be drafted, obviously in the first round, especially in this draft. But I don't think he should be a lottery pick over any of the guys we talked about. Steinbach, he's a tough one too. He's very productive, but a lot of his weaknesses are going to be very glaring in the NBA. So we'll see how that goes. But it's definitely going to be fun. Got about 18 minutes until 5 o'clock when the Wizards will officially be on the clock. How's everyone doing? Do you guys in chat have a guy that you wouldn't draft or wouldn't take in the lottery? Do you have a guy that is outside the lottery that you would take higher that's going to go later in this draft? I already mentioned Yoxel if he slips. Another guy I like last year that went back to school, a little bit older prospect, so I understand why he's not being thought of higher, but I really like Bennett Sturts. He's not the type of prospect I usually enjoy, but I just really think he's solid and can help a team. Cameron Carr is obviously interesting, had that big game scrimmage in the combine and can shoot. What do you guys of the 5 guards I mentioned? So with who is it? Acuff, Burries, Wagler. Who am I missing? Flemings and Brown. How do you guys rank those 5? Is there someone that stands out, or are you like me that kind of like a little bit of each of them to the point where you're kind of torn on how to rank those 5? They're not like the same. None of them are the same player. They all have like something I could point to be like, okay, this guy does this, and that'll make him better than the other 4. But I could say that about all 5 of them, I think. So it's going to be. I can't wait to see where all those guys end up. But team like Sacramento, who needs obviously a lead guard, they've been tied to Acuff. So if Acuff falls for them, I think that'll be a really good fit. But they have to come out of this draft with their lead guard of the future, or like a guard that they pencil in as one of their best players for the next decade. Because I mean, they're in a, even though they fell down to 7th, which was bad luck for them, I think just with those 5 guards being on the board, they're going to have a really good opportunity to add that piece that they've needed for a while. I mean, they had Fox, but obviously traded him. They had Halliburton, traded him. They need that guard that can guide them back to being somewhat respectable again. Let's see. Alex, would you like to see AJ stay in Utah? Yeah, it looks like the only way that's happening is if the Wizards take Peterson. I also wouldn't mind AJ staying in Utah. Alex Wolf likes Kingston. Brendan says Wagler would be the best. Grape Ape says Wagler. I don't know if, I'm assuming Norai is coming into town. LOL horrible eval. Who is that to, Grape Ape? Who are you talking about? Marv likes Wagler. Lazy Panda wants Utah to mess up on the picks. I guess we want them to take Darren Peterson and for him to have all kinds of attitude issues and then want out of Utah, right? That's the best case scenario. Oh yeah, the Boozer tag. Yeah, that's bad. That is bad. Yeah, so Wagler measured 6'5". I printed out all the combine measurements, so I just had them easily available. Measured out at 6'5", but this is where it gets kind of tricky. 6'6" and a quarter wingspan, so not really the best wingspan. So I don't know, it's tough. Because like Acuff measures at 6'2" without shoes, but he's got a 6'6" and a half wingspan. So yeah, I mean, that kind of, his wingspan kind of ruined his size for me. Obviously standing reach 8'4", so that's an inch and a half better than Acuff's, but and you know, I mean, this is all negligible. It doesn't mean they can't succeed or whatever. I'm just a little disappointed that Wagler wasn't a little lengthier in the arms. Same with Burries. Burries ends up being almost 6'4" without shoes, but only 6'6" with the same standing reach as Acuff. So both Burries and Wagler was going to be their separation there, is to have that size over the other guards. But yeah, that didn't end up being the case. And then Flemings as well was supposed to be a little bit bigger of a guard, and he measures 6'2" and a half. With a 6'3" and a half wingspan, so that was terrible. But he does have the same standing reach as Acuff. But yeah, so those three were all supposed to have a little bit of separation because of their they were supposed to be like 6'4" ish, and they all kind of measured poor in my opinion. But the fact they all kind of measured poor made it okay, right? Yeah, and I'm not saying wingspan is the end all be all. But for Burries, I don't think Burries is a point guard at the NBA level. So I really like his game a lot. I was just a little disappointed he wasn't more two guard size versus he ended up being more of a like a combo guard size. Um, so so yeah. And then yeah, who's the other one? But yeah, like I said, I don't think this matters that much because they all can ball, and that's the thing that it comes down to. Like, can you play or not? I don't think your wingspan necessarily matters, especially for a guard. I'm just when it's that close. Oh, Mikael Brown is the other one. It just yeah. I mean, he was supposed to have okay size too. Um, he ends up being 6'3.5" with a 6'7.5" wingspan. So he ends up being the best out of the five, I think, just in terms of everything. Like like Acuff obviously has a good wingspan, but not the height. So yeah, I'm really interested to see where all these players go. Will LAC take a guard despite having Garland? Yeah, I don't know. I other than Acuff, I feel like all these guards can kind of play both. I think Wagler and Burries can play a little bit off ball. McKell and Fleming's, I don't know. That's those a little tougher, but I see some Anthony Edwards talk in chat. I mean, if he ever becomes available, you give up like a ton for him, right? I mean, Dame. If you could get him this year, and you had Dame, Drew, Anthony Edwards, Denny Tomani, and Klingon. I mean, that's Rob Will. That's a dang good team, but yeah, he's got to become available first. So, but man, yeah, I'm giving up like 7 first if you can get Anthony Edwards, man. That'd be crazy. I think that's one of those guys that you save a lot of your picks for. The problem is, I think that's a guy that most teams would sell their soul to get. So, yeah, DeMar DeRozan has like a partially guaranteed contract. Looks like the Kings are gonna waive and stretch that $10 million to get their cap a little under control. Their cap situation is not good for how bad they are. That's another one of those teams that has not managed the cap well these last few years. And then it's fine when you're making the playoffs and lighting the beam and having a bunch of success, but then when you're bad, it looks really bad. But yeah, DeRozan, it's rumored he's going to go to the Clippers if he's bought out. Just they're going to add depth like that. He does not fit what the Blazers need at all, but I could definitely see them adding him for cheap just to add another player. I mean, he would obviously come off the bench, but yeah, I mean, maybe if we traded Jeremy or something, I could see him being an okay option off the bench. But those type of players that don't really shoot the three and need the ball in their hands to be effective aren't the greatest defenders. I would definitely avoid that at all costs. So just announcing all the players right now. All right, who's got the best suit, chat? Peterson looks pretty clean. I think there's going to be a lot of ring chasers for Miami. Obviously, it's just assumed Middleton's going to sign there. Definitely will not be surprised if that happens. And then there was a rumor, I forgot who said it, if it was Windhorst or someone else, that said that Anthony Simons is potentially a target for them. But he also said that they might lose Norm Powell unless he takes a huge discount. So, there's Cam Boozer and his dad and mom. Cool. Can't imagine this moment for like everyone's family and stuff, and just achieve this level of to be like invited to the NBA draft. That's crazy. But yeah, I think that Bonds is going to be the best player in this draft. Just really like his size and skill set. But yeah, I like a lot of players in the lottery of this draft. I am going to try to play the audio. I'll test it out when Adam Silver comes to the podium in a minute, and you guys can let me know if you can hear it okay. And then, yeah, we'll take it from there and turn it up a little bit, if not. But yeah, as soon as Adam Silver comes up to put Washington on the clock, we'll test it out. And obviously, I can't hear outside of that, so if there's any talk about trades or something, please let me know. Yeah, that's the one drawback of streaming. You don't get to listen to anything anyone's saying, but yeah. What's up, Clays? How you doing, man? It is weird that there hasn't been. I mean, there's been buzz about Jaylen Brown or Trey Murphy today, and a few other players, but I mean, I guess there was a couple big trades yesterday, but usually, right before the draft, you start hearing rumors about draft pick trades and things like that. So, yeah. All right, so ESPN's in commercial right now. I'm assuming they're going to start this off when they come back. What's up, Chase? How you doing, man? That's funny, Lazy Panda, but I mean, obviously, Shams can only report what happened, so it's not necessarily his fault, but he says, I hate Shams. Woj would have given us 5 trades by now. Funny mute. Yeah, so how's everyone feeling about the draft? Are you guys all bummed like me that we don't get to talk about a Blazer pick today? I mean, I guess it was good that they freed up their future picks and made the playoffs and all that. We got to watch 5 extra games this year because of it. But, yeah. Thanks, Alex. And yeah, just while I have everyone here, we'll be live again tomorrow for the draft. Obviously, the second round's a little bit more hectic with how many picks get traded and all that kind of stuff. But we'll be here talking about it. And then a week from today, June 30th, is when free agency opens. So it's gonna stream for that. It was actually maybe. I was maybe gonna see if because Crushables usually does I don't know if he's in here right now watching or not, but he usually does a free agency stream on his channel. I was wondering if maybe he'd want to collab and just play it on both channels or something. That might be a fun thing to hang out and talk to him, because he's obviously with his channel. Go check it out if you haven't already. Crushable's YouTube channel. He does rebuilds, 2K rebuilds of like every team after every move and stuff like that. So, or like potential moves, rumors and things like that. So he's very well versed on rosters and players around the NBA. He's not so much into like scouting and prospects for the draft, so that's he's not as adept at that. But in terms of just like rosters and players that are already in the NBA, there's not much more knowledgeable than him. So might be good to collab with him on that. So we'll see if that happens. If not, I'll just be doing it solo again. Maybe at some point Rich can pop in on one of these streams. We'll see. He was once again supposed to come on up until this point, but last minute wasn't able to. Marv says it's okay. I really couldn't stand another tunnel vision draft pick like last year. Yeah, they were just so focused on getting Young Hansen and didn't really think about anything else. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, there's been so many drafts where it's so hard to follow. You don't even know who's picking for who. So you can't even talk about fit because they haven't even announced trades or where people are going. So, yeah. All right, just waiting for Adam Silver to come up. As soon as he does, I think my TV is on a few second delay, so be a little bit of not a lag, but you know. All right, getting booed.
And welcome to the 2026 NBA Draft. Last week, just a few miles from here,
can you guys hear that okay?
more than 2 million people filled the streets of Lower Manhattan to celebrate the Knicks' first championship in 53 years. As we've seen, few things bring people together like sports. It's about competition at the highest level, but it's also about the joy and connections shared by people all celebrating something they have in common. Tonight, we welcome a new generation of players into the NBA, each with their own unique story. Stories of hard work, discipline, and perseverance. Stories like the one of NBA Finals MVP Jalen Brunson, a second-round pick in the 2018 NBA Draft. Every pick matters in the chase to become the next NBA champion. And that pursuit begins tonight. Let's get started. The first pick in the 2026 NBA Draft belongs to the Washington Wizards, who have 5 minutes to make their selection.
All right, so once again, if you find out, if you're watching Sham's Twitter, don't do that, by the way. That's stupid. But if you are doing that, please don't spoil the pick in chat. So if you already know, don't say. But chat, who do we think it's going to be, Peterson or Dabonsa? And who would you take if you guys had the first pick? Do a poll, yeah. All right, start a poll. Who will the Wizards take number 1? I wonder if they know. Trevin says no Stephen A. Smith on ABC. Let's go. I wonder if do you think Dabonsa wants to go to Washington, or would he be okay if Peterson goes one and he gets to stay at Utah? Uptown says they'll probably view AJ as safer, but they should go DP. I think with signing Trae Young to a 4-year deal, I think both of those players would fit well next to him, but I mean, I'll take the bigger player with that skill set. Devonta's really good. I mean, they're both really good, but about 2 minutes left on the clock. Of course, ABC's talking about Giannis, not the Heat. It's probably, or not the draft. Probably gonna happen a lot. All right, it says the pick is in. Alex is confused as why the Wizards would shop AD. Well, one, he's apparently asking for a max contract extension. But two, I don't know. I mean, the Wizards seem like they had a pretty good plan and then they trade for Trae Young and Anthony Davis. There could just be a little bit of rehabilitation and then get more value than you traded out for, because you didn't spend a lot to get either of those guys, so maybe you get more value coming back. The body says they obviously didn't know who they were picking, otherwise the pick would be in by now. That's not necessarily true. Sometimes, I mean, it might be for TV purposes that they just let it play out a little bit for drama. John Calipari back there behind AJ. Just waiting on Adam Silver to come out and announce the number 1 pick. All right, let me end this poll. All right, where'd it pan out? So, wow, Ty Bonsa went 82% to only 18% for Peterson in the poll. Come on, Adam. Come out and get booed again. All right.
The 2026 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Anise DeBansa Jr. from Brigham Young University. A dream.
All right, so they go AJ Dybonsa. Yeah, I think this is the right pick. Peterson could end up being better, but I mean, I think they're both going to be star players. And I like bigger players that can handle the ball, run an offense, can pass. Obviously, Dybonsa needs to improve his shooting a little bit, but overall, he does a little bit of everything. And yeah, I think this was the right pick. But I don't necessarily think that there was a right or wrong pick. So yeah. But he had separated from the other two a few months ago, and seemed like he was a lock. And then, you know, you can talk yourself into Peterson maybe, but yeah. I did change to ABC, but yeah, I don't know. Should I switch back, Trevin? Now, at 2, there were some rumors that Utah liked Boozer. I don't think they have the guts to do that. I'm pretty sure Peterson met with them, but he didn't work out for them. AJ didn't work out for any teams either, but did interview. And so, yeah. I'd be surprised. No, last year they took Ace Bailey without Ace working out for them. And Ace has since fired his agent and has new representation now. What's up, Tommy? So I think if you're Utah, you just take Peterson. I think him and Keontae George was the name I was trying to remember. I think him and Keontae George, you got your backcourt lined up for the future. You still have Markkanen. You have Triple J. You got Ace Bailey for last year. I mean, you're starting to. You got Walker Kessler, maybe not. But you're starting to really put together a solid roster. So I'd definitely go with Peterson here if I'm Utah. I just swing for the higher ceiling. And just hope that the mindset concerns aren't a thing once he gets to the NBA and he's fine. And hopefully he doesn't pout about not going one. He's the highest player drafted in BYU history. I guess that's not surprising. Who here remembers that 1993 draft with Sean Bradley? That was that was Chris Webber, Anthony, or not, Penny Hardaway, yeah. Marv wouldn't be surprised if Boozer wins Rookie of the Year. Yeah, I could see that too. There's going to be, like I said earlier, though, whatever guard Sacramento takes is going to have a really good opportunity to play huge minutes and be like have the ball in his hand a lot. So, EB Interior remembers the Bill Walton pick. I wasn't around for that pick, but yeah. The 1992 draft, that was the Shaq draft. Shaq, Alonzo Mourning, Christian Laettner. That draft was actually in Portland. It's pretty cool. I always regret it was like $5 to go. And I mean, I was only 13 at the time, but no one else cared about the draft other than me from everyone I knew. So couldn't find anyone that would take me or go with me. So if it was my mom nowadays, she loves basketball. She would have gone to that with me, but now, no, you don't, Alex. Don't lie. Michael says, what are the odds the Blazers get a pick through a trade? In today's portion of the draft, the first round, I would say it's like 1%. I just don't believe they will.
With the second pick in the 2026 NBA draft, the Utah Jazz select Darren Peterson from the University of Kansas.
All right, so DP goes to Darren Peterson off the board. It's going pretty much how most people expected so far. So I would expect the Grizzlies then to take Boozer at 3. Man, Peterson's so talented though. Definitely has the skill set to be an all-star type guard. Maybe even all-NBA type guard. I mean, he's got it all, at least offensively. Yeah, just gotta hope he stays off the creatine, I guess. But yeah. Yeah, my biggest question mark is just how competitive he is. He's obviously super talented, but does he want to win, do what it takes to win, all that kind of stuff? Or does he just want to play good and look good and stuff? I don't know. And now with like load management and all these players sitting out and stuff, was it just that he didn't care about college, or does he want to win in the NBA. Scotto and Fisher are spoiling picks now. Wow. I mean, the concerns could look super stupid and silly. It's not necessarily a problem. And now there was an interview with him where he said he didn't watch a lot of basketball, but then he kind of backtracked and said, "Oh, I just watch film," but he doesn't like. I don't really like players that don't like consume a lot of basketball. I think that's how you learn a lot too, is by watching other teams, other players and stuff. Now, I mean, if you're watching film, that's okay. It's just, I don't know, everything he seems to say, it's like just kind of raises a little bit of a question mark. But would I draft players who didn't want to play for your team, like Utah with Ace and DP? Yeah, I mean, Ace, once he went there, was fine. I'm sure Peterson will be the same. I would, even if a player said he wouldn't play for me, I'd still draft him. I'm not gonna let like a player or his agent strong arm me into not taking the best player on the board. Now, if it's close between a couple players, like if it's like this draft, AJ or Darren could have easily gone the opposite 1-2, and one of you, like let's just say Peterson told Washington that he's not going to show up if he draft me or whatever, then I'd have no problems just taking the other person. But if there's a clear-cut guy who I think is the best player, I'm taking that player. I'm not gonna let that dissuade me from taking the best talent. And you know, you can always trade him if he doesn't show up, but for the most part, especially nowadays, this used to happen a lot more. But for the most part nowadays, it seems like players know they're kind of stuck and don't have a lot of leverage with rookie contracts and stuff. So I think that most players, I mean, it's not like you get more money going to a different team or anything. And you can eventually force your way out like a lot of players do. But for right now, I wouldn't let an agent or a player say he's not going to play for me factor into my decision. Now, I mean, if he has huge attitude problem, maybe that lowers my grade on him a little bit, and then he's not the pick. But like in this instance with Darren Peterson, I'm taking him if he's my guy at 2. I'm not going to pass up on that. I definitely think the Grizzlies should take Boozer here. I think he's a really good fit after trading Jaren Jackson. They don't really have a lot of big man depth. Edie, you know, they drafted him 2 years ago, but he hasn't been able to stay on the court very much. We'll see if that changes in the future, but I think Boozer could play alongside Edie. I think Boozer's more of a 4 anyway. So I'm definitely taking Boozer here. Dark says hot take A-Cup will be the best out of this class. I mean, it's certainly possible. He's definitely has a chance to be the best scorer.
With the 3rd pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Memphis Grizzlies select Cameron Boozer from Duke University.
So Boozer goes 3rd. Yeah, it's that's a good pick. His brother's going back to Duke, so he was not in this draft. He probably would have been like a late 1st-round pick if he did, especially in this draft. But yeah, Boozer, he's had question marks like, oh, at the next level he's not athletic enough, or but he proves everyone wrong, and just he's so efficient and so good, and I think his athleticism is underrated. I think he'll be fine athletically in the NBA, and I mean, I'm pretty sure he's gonna eventually be like a 20-10 guy, and can just do a little bit of everything on the court. So um, I think this is a great pick for Memphis. I know maybe it doesn't have the superstar upside, maybe, but yeah, I think he's going to be just pencil him in for a decade as your starting four, and you can win with a guy like that in your lineup. So, I mean, the Bulls have to take Caleb Wilson, right? They have to. They'd be stupid not to take Caleb Wilson here. Yeah, they got so Memphis has obviously Jalen Wells they got a couple years ago. Coward they got last year, Cedar Coward. Um, I, I mean, obviously they're probably going to trade John Morant. Um, but yeah, that's a pretty good situation for a young point guard if they find a way to um, get a lead guard there, assuming they move on from Ja, which I think they should. They should lean into the young route. Um, but yeah, Caleb Wilson. I think. I mean, around the lottery, there was some talk that like, oh, he could jump up into the top three. And I would not be surprised if Caleb Wilson is better than one of the top three in this draft. I really like him a lot. I just think he's just a tick below those guys. So I think him going four is the right spot. Now maybe if Caleb doesn't get hurt and plays out the year in North Carolina, shows out in the tournament or something, maybe he jumps up in the conversation a little bit. But man, his measurables, when he measured 6'9" and 2/4 without shoes, 7-foot wingspan, 9-foot standing reach. The wingspan isn't crazy big for being 6'9", but I think he just really impressed me with his ability to lead a team and just the different ways he could score. He could handle the ball a little bit, played kind of like an alpha. Didn't really, going into the season, I didn't really think of him in that way, and he showed that he could be one of those type of guys. Now, the Bulls got Nick Claxton yesterday, so it's not as apparent that they need big man help, but they are going to need to shift their roster a little bit. I mean, I'm assuming Anthony Simons is gone. They did have a lot of guard depth, but I think Caleb Wilson and Matas Buzelis is a really good forward combination. I really like that pairing a lot. And then if they can get some of their young guards to pan out, at least one of them, Nick Claxton's a fine center for a couple of years. They obviously have the 15th pick coming up in a little bit, so they'll have another shot at this. But yeah, I'm glad the Bulls finally decided to go this route. And of course, Tiago's there now, so they got a new coach with Splitter coming over from us. We'll see how that goes, but I really like the start of the foundation with Buzelis and now Caleb Wilson, you would think. Now Cedric Coward's there talking to Cam Boozer. Yeah, I mean, they going to the podium.
With the fourth pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Chicago Bulls select Caleb Wilson from the University of North Carolina.
All right, so there we go. They drafted Noah Sengue last year, and man, I don't know about that. Obviously, he's one of those super raw guys that still has potential. So I don't think they should write him off or anything yet. We'll see how he is in the future. Hopefully this pick, if Noah doesn't pan out, then this pick will definitely make up for that. But yeah, you still have him maybe off the bench, as you now have your starting forwards. But yeah, if you make a couple of smart moves around those two guys, they have some cap space. So I think even after absorbing Claxton, I think they still have some cap space. So I kind of like, now that they finally bought into the process of going younger. And then, I think you have a coach that has a good temperament for the younger guys. So yeah, definitely like what they're doing there. They've kind of been rebuilding for years, but they haven't actually been. So, yeah. Reported trade Milwaukee. What is this? Oh, never mind. I thought that was saying, sorry, my bad, guys. On the screen, it had like Clippers on the clock, and then down below it said reported trade with Milwaukee, and I was like, oh, are the Bucks trading up to 5? But yeah, this is where the draft starts. Sorry, I don't know if there's any rumors about the Clippers trading this pick. I could definitely see Ballmer trading it for a more proven player, but I wouldn't with the guards that are available right now. And I have Acuff 5th on my board, but like I said, there's 5 guards that I would be comfortable taking here. And I actually think, they made the trade for Garland last year. So I think I would be fine, even though I have Keaton Wagler 9th on my board. I would be fine taking him here. I think he would fit really well with Garland. I also think Burries would be a good fit here, although I don't know if he will go as high as 5. But I really like Burries' fit with Garland and Kawhi there if Kawhi stays. I don't really like Kingston Fleming's fit there. I really, if Garland wasn't there, I would maybe think about taking him. I don't like Acuff's fit with Garland either. But maybe you just don't think of that and take the best player on your board. But I think it's so close between all these guards. I would take Wagler or maybe even Mikal Brown. I think he'd be okay next to Garland as well. There hasn't been a single trade today, Gray, that I've heard of. But yeah, I really like Burry's fit on that team. I think he would fit perfect there. So I would consider taking him, but I know that's not going to happen. Just thinking what I would do. I really like Burry's a lot, and I think he would fit perfectly. But yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think Wagler's going to be their play here. We'll see. It is crazy though that the Clippers are picking this high. That Zubac trade really worked out well for them. Um, 'Cause you can always replace Zubac, I think, but getting the 5th pick in this draft is going to be huge for their turnaround. And whoever they pick is going to have a lot of trade value too. Maybe if the only reason why I see that if they took Acuff, I would I would say that they're trying to get something extra out of the Clipper or out of the Kings, and then um, trying to force their hand because it's been like the worst kept secret that the Kings want Acuff. So um, yeah. All right, pick is in. Just waiting on Adam Silver. Here he comes. Who will the Clippers pick?
Sixth draft.
With the 5th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the LA Clippers select Keaton Wadler from the University of Illinois.
What?
All right, so Wagler's our guy. Can't argue with that. I think that's a good pick for them. Um, I do have some notes on some of these guys. So Keaton Wagler, I put good height at 6'5", but a little bit disappointing that his wingspan only ended up being his wingspan was 6'6" and a quarter. So basically a non-plus wingspan. I mean, I know it's an inch and a quarter, but that's pretty. I don't know. It seems. I mean, in this particular draft, there wasn't a lot of. I mean, it was a lot common to have not a huge wingspan for your height, but it seems like the past couple decades, it's been kind of rare to have someone without a more positive wingspan. But yeah, so disappointing there. Obviously, needs to get stronger. That's going to be one thing he absolutely needs to do. Relies on fundamentals and footwork and stuff over athleticism. Isn't the most athletic guy, but just really sound with the way he moves and stuff like that. That can overcome the lack of athleticism. Because that he has to be a little crafty, which he is. He's super crafty. You wouldn't have thought he was a freshman if you watched him play. He kind of plays at his own speed. Doesn't get sped up a lot. Isn't particularly fast. So he doesn't really race down the court or anything. But he can flat out shoot the ball from 3. Really good shot selection, which is also kind of rare for as you're breaking down some of these prospects. A lot of them take a lot of bad shots, especially when you're a star. I guess Illinois was pretty loaded, so you didn't really have to do that like some of these other players had to. But yeah, just was impressed that he didn't force a lot of shots. He really didn't shoot a lot of mid-range shots, but I mean, it was almost all rim and 3-point shots. So maybe that's an area for growth for him, but definitely showed some creation potential off the dribble. Okay passer, that's going to be one of his swing skill sets if he can become a good passer. I mean, he's not bad at it, but if he can become a good passer, I think that'll really make his NBA career go from good to possibly great. And then defensive end. They better hope they still have Kawhi because Derek Jones Jr. and some of those perimeter defenders, because between him and Garland, they're going to get hunted a lot on defense, especially early in Wagner's career. So he's definitely going to need to improve on that end to be serviceable at least. But yeah, I really like this pick and fit for the Clippers. I think that was the right play, and yeah. So man, that's crazy that the Clippers went from being old, and how are they gonna like keep up a good roster for Ballmer post Paul George and Kawhi and all that, to now they have their backcourt of the future, you'd think, and are making some nice moves for a change. So next up we got Brooklyn up next. Man, once again, I think any of the guards make sense. Kind of the opposite of what I just said. I don't think Burries. I think Burries makes the least amount of sense out of the four. But yeah. I mean, I really like Mikael Brown's fit here. But I mean, Acuff has the most star potential, I think, at least offensively. Watch it be Mara after trading Claxton yesterday. They still have Daron Sharp, but yeah, I could see that. What's up, Shaggy? Says just joined. Didn't Rich say he was going to be here? He was going to be on the pregame for an hour, but unfortunately he wasn't able to make it. But yeah, the rest of the draft he wasn't going to be a part of. Yeah. This is kind of like the first three picks. I don't think you can really screw this up unless you pick someone that is kind of out of left field or not one of the four I mentioned. Between the three guards, Brown, Acuff, or Flemings, and then here we go.
With the sixth pick of the 2026 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Mikael Brown Jr. from the University of Louisville.
He's the first Louisville player.
All right, they go with Mikael Brown Jr. Once again, I think this is a great pick for them. Really good pick. Let's see. So Mikael, okay combo guard size. Measured 6'3.5" without shoes, 6'7.5" wingspan, 8'4.5" for each. So yeah, he can play. He can play a little at both positions, I think. And they have some other players that can play. A lot of the players they drafted are not like pigeonholed into one position either. So they got a little bit of positional versatility, I guess, if any of these rookies that they have from last year or now Brown pan out. Now he didn't shoot the three ball great, 34% this year, but I think he has a lot of upside as a shooter. Unlike what I just talked about with Wagler, I feel like he had to take a lot of tough shots in that Louisville offense and took a lot of contested off the dribble threes. But I think his mechanics look good. His range is good. I think it'll definitely be better than this sample we got in college. I think it'll improve at the NBA level. Now, maybe not on a team like Brooklyn if they're bad. You have to see a little bit more defensive attention. But if they don't trade Michael Porter Jr. and they don't or now they have Julius Randle. You know, you got a couple of forwards that can take a little bit of pressure off you, I guess, at least on offense. We'll see. I said it wasn't perfected yet, but should be a creator and a decent ball handler at the NBA level. Really good in the pick and roll, so that'll be good for him. You know, Randall, Danny Wolf, Daron Sharp, those should all be good pick and roll bigs for him. Passing ability is a little questionable. Does show out with some good passes sometimes, but is a little turnover prone, commits a lot of turnovers. If he cleans up that and some of his other faults, he could be a steal here at 6, I think. Defense is not great. If he fills out a little bit, gets a little bit of that adult strength, I think that could naturally get better. He's got a lot of work to do on the defensive end. That team is going to be bad defensively, Brooklyn, unfortunately for him. So he's not going to be able to hide that much. But I think the offensive stuff that I talk about outweigh that. So I really like this pick for them. And I do think – so Marvis is more of a combo guard, not an elite lead guard. I think he can develop into an elite lead guard. I think he can carry a team eventually, and I do think he has the skill set to do it. So, but yeah, I mean, it's yet to be seen, I guess. But yeah, I mean, so now we're on to Sacramento. We're on to Sacramento, and like I just said a few minutes ago, it's been the worst kept secret from the combine that they were in love with Acuff Jr., and that is the perfect player for them. This draft is going like beautifully for every team, I think. I feel like it's just like the puzzle pieces for each team are just like fitting so nicely, and so the fact that they didn't have to move up to get Acuff, I think that's huge for them. And so they're all celebrating. They showed the Kings celebrating in their war room. And we'll see if that's because they're taking Acuff. But yeah, I think that's got to be their guy.
Here's the commissioner.
With the 7th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Sacramento Kings select Darius Acuff Jr. from the University of Arkansas.
Yeah, so 7 picks in. I think all 7 have been the right pick. I don't have any problems with it. Now, Acuff measured at 6'2", which would probably be a knock against him compared to some of these other guards, but 6'6.5" wingspan puts him right back in line with those other guys, and 8'2.5" reach is pretty good for a guard or point guard. So yeah, so I really like this fit for them. I feel like they just got that guard that can take over a game. I mean, they've had Fox, like I said, they've had Halliburton, and they probably should have kept Halliburton and traded Fox instead that year, and things might have worked out a lot differently for them. But since then, I mean, going back to the Dame draft where they take Thomas Robinson over Dame at 5, I feel like they've kind of, outside of, like I said, Halliburton and Fox, they've needed this just awesome guard who can take over a game, and Acuff is that guy, man. So I think he's definitely a lead guard. Knows how to play as a lead guard. Did that as a freshman in Arkansas and SEC. He can score at all 3 levels. Already has a dependable float game that he can go to. Maybe goes to it a little too much, but it's definitely rare for a young player like that to have such a good floater at that age. I mean, he shot the ball at elite level from three. He's got really good handles, which make him tough to guard. Um, and then also awesome assist to turnover ratio, like almost 3-1. Like, makes really good reads. Um, has This is one of the most underrated skills. His lob passing is elite. His placement on lobs, like he does such a good job of putting lob passes in the right spot. Now maybe that is a problem for the Kings because, I mean, you'd assume they're maybe looking to move Sabonis, but they don't have. I mean, um, Maxime Renault came in and did a pretty good job this year. I wouldn't necessarily consider him a lob big, so I think they definitely need a lob threat there in Sacramento to pair with him to utilize that skill set. But yeah, really impressive just watching games and film on him, seeing his precision on those lob passes. And you wouldn't necessarily think of that when evaluating someone, but it just like really stood out. But that's all offensively. I think it's a home run offensively. Now, why he fell to 7, he's a bad defender, and I think his size, that's where it's going to hurt him a little bit. He does have a little bit stronger frame than some of these other guards that need to add the strength. I feel like he does have kind of a bulky upper body, and that should allow him to be a little physical, and then a decent wingspan. You would think he could maybe have some potential to develop on the defensive end. But he did look kind of small trying to guard players in college and just really struggled on that end. So that's where this comes down to, I guess, is all of those positives I talked about on offense worth being offset by having to hide him on defense a little bit. We'll see about that, but yeah, I think I think this was a home run pick for Sacramento, and I love it. And someone mentioned, I forgot who it was, that Boozer might win Rookie of the Year this year. I think if I had to pick someone who wasn't like obviously the top pick or whatever, I'd put my money on Acuff being up there. First team all rookie, or possibly even winning Rookie of the Year, because I think he's going to go right in. I mean, they have Devin Carter, I guess, who hasn't really done a whole lot. I think he's going to go in and get an opportunity to start and play right away. And we'll see how that goes. They're on commercial right now, but Atlanta is on the clock at 8. Now this is where this draft has the potential to go sideways. I know Atlanta, Atlanta had a lot of trade rumors bandied about, and so it's possible they could be picking for someone else here. I haven't seen anyone. I haven't seen anyone mention any trade rumors in chat, so I don't know if it's just not going to happen today with trades. But yeah, this pick here, I think they still could use a lead guard, and then obviously they need some center depth. But yeah, so I wouldn't mind Kingston Flemings for them. I think he'd be a good pick for them. But I think this is where Mara could go as well. We'll see. We'll see who they go with here when they come back from commercial. Are they going to go right to the podium? Off a commercial? It looked like they were going to, and then they stopped. They're recapping the trade last year where they got the 23rd pick. They took Asa Newell and then got this pick, obviously, that was unprotected. Yeah. I don't know.
Let's go to the commissioner, Adam Silver, right now.
With the 8th pick in the 2026 NBA draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Kingston Flemings from the University of Houston.
I'm a little surprised they went with a guard. They do need a point guard after trading Trae Young last year, but I love Kingston Flemings. A lot of this year, I had him 4th on my board. Now, he measured out at a little smaller than I would have liked. 6'2.5" with only a 6'3.5" wingspan. Definitely looked like he was longer than that playing. So yeah, I was a little disappointed with the measurements, I guess. But I think this is a fantastic pick for Atlanta. And after taking Fears last year for the Pelicans, I'm assuming this pick was not for them in a Trey Murphy trade. So it doesn't look like they're going to be getting Trey Murphy. Let's see. So for Flemings, like I said, disappointing measurements, especially when you combine that with a little bit of a lack of strength. But rim pressure is a huge positive. He can get into the paint and to the rim consistently. Can score on all 3 levels. Can actually, is a pretty good mid-range shooter. Didn't shoot a ton of threes for how much he had the ball. That is one thing that's a bit of a question mark, but he shot it well. Just not a lot of shots per game. So it'll be interesting to see if that was more of a product of Houston's system or if he'll if that'll change at the next level. But he was really good on catch and shoot threes. So playing, you have the ball in Jalen Johnson's hands some. So I think he can play well off of him. I think he's a really good playmaker and passer. I think he's definitely a true point guard in the NBA. And one of the negatives on offense is he didn't get to the free throw line very much. So maybe if he adds strength, that'll be something that he can get a little more contact and get to the line. But that is something he didn't really do a good job of, and that some young players struggle with. But that definitely needs to improve if he's going to be like a star player or whatever. Obviously, getting to the free throw line is a huge part of that. But defensively, I think he's a plus defender, like a positive defender. And you pretty much have to be to start as a freshman on Houston and on that team. So I really like him offensively and defensively. So a little bit of everything. Very active at the point of attack defensively. So yeah, a lot to like with Kingston Flemings. Once again, I think that was a really good pick for Atlanta. Kind of interesting that they went for that over the center, but yeah. Yeah, I'm a little surprised, like Shay Squid says, that low-key thought they would have traded this pick. I am a little surprised at that as well. Yeah. So now we have the Dallas Mavericks, and I have thought all along that this is going to be Burry's, and this was going to be the spot for him. But, them signing Dusty May as coach unexpectedly. I know Doxel was pining for him to be drafted by Dallas now at 9. But I wonder if they take Mara there. I don't know what that would mean for Lively, but I think this is once again either Burries or Mara, just like Fleming or Mara for that last pick. I think it's going to come down to, um, yeah. Alex says everyone smash that like button and subscribe. But I think Burries, this is a really good fit. Um, I mean, it seems pretty apparent they're gonna look to move Kyrie. I mean, Kyrie and Burries would be a very interesting backcourt. Um, I'm blanking. Who's their? Did they have a point guard? Who played point for them most of this year? Why can I not think of it? Doing everything other than my notes. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head, but um, oh, Nemhard. Yeah, Nemhard played a little bit as point. Yeah. Oh, here we go.
With the ninth pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Morez Johnson Jr. from the University of Michigan. There was
Oh, wow. Okay. Um, wow. Was not expecting that. All right, so this is the first. Uh, I mean, he's Michigan, I guess. Dusty May must have really liked him. Um, yeah. Wow, kind of crazy. I'm surprised Murray's went this high. So really good player. Had a big jump, between freshman and sophomore year. Um, I just he's like super solid. I think he's plug and play right away. I guess him and Cooper Flagg, that's a pretty good combo. Mraz can do all the dirty work, and I think they could play well off each other. Um, I mean, I had seen him as high as like 12, I guess, in mocks. Um, did not think he was going to go this high though. Um, he shot the three really well this year, but it was like less than 1 3 a game, so it's hard to tell if that was because of that. But I mean, Michigan was loaded too, so maybe, if he's got his own team. Uh-oh. Someone gonna say something about Legos? Uh, uh, yeah. I'm just kind of surprised that that's the Michigan guy they went with, but I'm gonna trust Dusty May here. And once again, I don't think this is like a bad pick or anything. This is a really safe pick, and I think he's plug and play rotation player from day one, and will be can be like, obviously, he won a championship at Michigan. He can be a key player to a roster, but yeah, um, just kind of surprised that he went all the way up at 9. So now there's the Bucks. They have what, 2 of the next 4 picks. Um, man, I mean, the Bucks, I don't think they need a point guard necessarily, but they need pretty much everything else, I think. Depending on what your thoughts are on Khalil Ware, you would assume Miles Turner is going to be shopped this offseason. I think Burries fits really well next to Rollins. So if I'm Milwaukee right here, I'm taking Burries. I know they've been tied to Nate Ament. They like making a bad first round pick when they actually have first round picks since Giannis. Uh, but Um, I think Ament could be there still at. I don't think Golden State or OKC is taking Ament. So I think even if that's your guy here, I'm taking Burries and then I'm taking Ament at 13, and I'm fine with that. But I really like Burries for them here. Um, Burries would have been really good with Giannis too, but yeah, we'll see where they go. If they didn't have that extra pick there at 13, I think they probably go. They probably take a Ment here. I mean, they might still, but yeah. I don't know if they necessarily thought. I mean, they could go. They could go a day Mara too. Mara's. Yeah, I don't know. I would take Burries here if I was them. We'll see where they go. Not quite ready yet. Yeah, I'm definitely trying to flip here. I'm surprised they actually didn't flip him as part of that trade. I mean, it's not official yet, so they have time to rope a trade into there. But um, Freddie asked, "Do you think we get Kawhi or Brown today?" I don't think so. Because with the Blazers, they don't have picks in this draft, so the trade would take place after. So, um, it was kind of funny seeing Kuz try to act like he's still a star player on Twitter yesterday. Hey, thanks, Taylor. That means a lot to me. Appreciate you being here and watching. It's fun. I love the draft. Um, like I said before it started, I'm a little sad when the Blazers don't have a pick, so we're not like, because like last year we're like, oh, who's gonna fall to 11, and then like Howard's there, and then we find out we're trading the pick, and they're like, oh man, bummer. And then we still have 16. We're like, oh, who's gonna fall to 16? And then we take Young Hansen, and then everyone's like, what? But it's still exciting, right? Like it was still fun to go through that. We pick up an extra first, um, and then the rest of the draft just like not zoning out, but like it. The rest of the draft just seemed so like on the back burner after the Blazers did that. I don't even remember what I said after that. Like outside of talking about the Blazers, I don't really remember much of that draft. So.
26th NBA draft, the Milwaukee Bucks select Braden Burries from the University of Arizona.
All right, so Burries. Yeah, it was definitely entertaining last year. I think this was the pick for the Bucks. I absolutely love Braden Burries, and I was someone who like when I started watching Arizona games, I wasn't expecting to like him. I thought I was gonna like Koa Pete a lot more, but Burries just stood out like every game I watched of Arizona's. Um, Really good in transition. Has a really good mix of both having a good skill set and just being tough. Like the guy like mixes it up, and he can shoot the three. Shot almost 40% from three as a freshman. He's got good handles, moves his feet well. Good solid fundamentals there. Really operates well in the pick and roll, makes good reads off the pick and roll, is a level scorer, can do a little bit of everything on it and off the ball. And he gets after it on defense, man. He's got really quick foot speed, moving laterally, shuffles his feet really well. It is kind of weird that he's almost 21, or I think he will be 21 by the time the season starts as a freshman. 21, like how does that work? Can someone explain that to me? Like he was 20 years old in high school or something. Was he playing high school ball as a 20-year-old? Uh, that, or did they like mess up his birth certificate and add a year like who was Shabazz Muhammad? If any of you remember that back in the day. Yeah. Maybe held back a year or two. Super senior. But yeah, that's crazy to just think about him being that age in high school. So maybe a little bit of him having a good year was because of that. His measurements, he did seem to play a little bigger than he actually measured. He only measured 6'3" and 3/4 with a 6'6" wingspan, 8'2.5" reach. So not the greatest size. It seemed like he was going to have really good size. It's still decent for a 2-guard, but it's a little bit closer to like a combo guard than a straight 2-guard, which I think he is. I don't think he can be like a true point guard. But I think, I mean, Rollins really showed a lot last year. I think you feel comfortable with him as your point guard. And I think Burry's next to Rollins. That's a really good fit. I think those guys are going to play off each other really well. And then you add in Jaquez and, Clell Ware. So I don't think Milwaukee is building like a playoff team or anything, but I do kind of like that they have several guys that can handle the ball. And then they have another pick here in a minute, or 15 minutes, or however long it takes to make these next two picks. So they have another pick to where they can even add even more talent to that. But yeah, we'll see if the Warriors are moving this pick, or they're going to keep it. We'll see what happens there. I know Yoxel is supposedly falling down boards or whatever. He's going to be the guy that falls. But I really like his fit here. I also really like Cameron Carr's fit with Golden State. I think he would provide some much-needed shooting for them. But, I mean, Yoxel, if the Warriors truly are trying to win right now, I think Yoxel could really help them. But I also wouldn't be surprised if they took a center with Mara's skill set. Just someone who could... I mean, he's a little different than Post, obviously, Quentin Post, but I think you could do some things with Mara along Draymond Green and obviously Curry and stuff. They have players who can pass and stuff like that. That's always been a staple of them, and Mara's a pretty good passer for his size, so I think Mara would fit there. But yeah, I'm probably taking Lendeborg or Cameron Carr here if I'm Golden State, unless the pick is for like someone else. Obviously, if they're trading this pick, it would be for another team. But yeah. I just want to say thank you so much for chat. Like, chat's been awesome. There hasn't been anyone spoiling picks or anything. And it's been really nice having you guys here joining me. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And it's been fun. Shams isn't spoiling. I mean, there's some other people spoiling. No, come on, Gray. It's the draft. We don't need to have a Dame argument right now. Jack says, yeah, it helps that Shams isn't tweeting the picks. That definitely helps. Thank you, Shams, for finally not doing that. I mean, no, it's probably ESPN made him not do that, but that's appreciated, man. I know Golden State's been talking about trading for Trey Murphy, so maybe they're picking for someone else here. But so like I've been saying all along, Um, I think I lost my train of thought. Um, I can't really follow if there's rumors or trade scenarios happening, so I don't really know. But yeah, so if anyone, I saw people talking about potentially a Golden State trade, or they were fielding offers or something, but I don't know if any of that's concrete. Yeah, I do think Trey Murphy would thrive with the Warriors, like Alex Wolf says in chat. But yeah, uh, Gray asked what Cronin did so far. Hopefully, something comes later in this draft, a hidden trade. Yeah, I don't think they're necessarily concerned about the draft, and their value for trades actually improves after this draft, after players have been taken and those picks are no longer available to be traded. I mean, you could still trade the rights to someone or their contract or whatever, but here we go.
With the 11th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Yaxel Lindebor from the University of Michigan.
There we go. Well, as a Golden State Warrior hater, I hate this pick for them, but this was a really good pick. I did not understand why Yaxel would have fallen down boards. I think this is an awesome pick for them. And, maybe if Butler comes back healthy, I don't know if it makes, Butler, Yaxel, and Draymond on the court at the same time might not be ideal, but this guy can flat out play. And I think out of almost anyone in this draft, he's going to help a team right away. And now that's the Warriors. The Warriors obviously are needing help right away if he stays with them. And so absolutely love this guy. I enjoyed when he had a bad game. I think it was halftime of one of the games in the NCAA tournament. He said he was sucking on the court and held himself accountable. Man, he can do it all. He can break down a defense off the dribble. He's a really good defender. He improved his shot a lot to where that's not really even a question mark that much anymore. And he's got an NBA body, obviously. I really, really like. I just really like his game as like a ready to go NBA player. Now maybe he's not gonna be like an all-star or anything, but kind of like what I was saying about his teammate from last year, Morez. You just plug and play, and then you don't have to worry about, like, if you had a good 8-man rotation on a championship team, I think Yaxel can be part of that 8-man rotation. So, yeah. So, yeah. Man. There's been the Morris Johnson pick threw me off a little bit, but other than that, like, every team is making such, like, really good picks. And now you have, this is a wild card, I guess, the OKC Thunder. I think what happens, I don't see them taking a Met right here, because, I mean, why, I don't, I mean, they've struck out on, like, Ousmane Dieng and players like that. I know Poku wasn't quite the same, but they've drafted players based on like a height or a wing that can maybe be a distributor type. I don't know if Ament is a good fit for them. I mean, would I be surprised if they took him? No, but there's some question on whether they're going to bring. Why can't I think of their center's name? What is my problem? Hartenstein. Thank you. Hartenstein back. His contract and their salary is getting a little out of control with now Jalen Williams and Chet's max contracts coming in. So I don't know if they'll work out a different long-term contract for Hartenstein or not, but I could definitely see them adding some depth at center. But then you also have Thomas Sorber, who they drafted last year, was out all year and didn't play, so he's coming back into the mix. I could still see them trading this pick eventually, or the rights to this pick, whoever they draft. So maybe they take someone with the intention of trading down the line. But I don't really think they necessarily need a specific thing right now. Let me see. Actually, this is also would be crazy if he went this high, but I kind of like Bennett Sturts for them. Also like Phylon for them. I could see him going with Swain. Swain would be a good fit here, especially if they move on from Dort. Yeah. I mean, Cameron Carr, just get some shooting, especially if you trade Isaiah Joe. They've already traded Aaron Wiggins, so I think there's, yeah, I think there's, I don't think they have to be necessarily pigeonholed into doing a certain thing here. Just take whoever's the best player on your board. I mean, Quaintance, you would think there's a lot of concerns about his knee. That a couple years in a row, they took Topic, who basically has missed 2 years now, and then they took Sorber last year, who was hurt. So they've had some injury concerns, and then so it wouldn't be out of line, I guess. But there are some people that have taken Quaintance off their board just because they don't think his knees are going to hold up. So I don't know if you take Quaintance at 12. I think you probably, I mean, it's a bit of a risk, but I think you could probably get him at 17. So I'd be kind of surprised if they took him here at 12 as Adam Silver walks up.
With the 12th pick in the 2026 NBA draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Adai Mara from Zaragoza, Spain, and the University of Michigan.
Just think about going.
All right, so they take Mara. I think so. Yeah, all three Michigan guys go in the top 12. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, you can't have enough big depth, especially, they lost to the Spurs and Wemby. I don't necessarily like Mara guarding Wemby like some other people do, but, it is another big you can throw at him. And someone with a lot of length and size, obviously, at what he measured at 7'3" without shoes, which is crazy. So yeah, you just get a super tall guy to match with another super tall guy if they keep him. But I also think, as we've talked about since pick 6, basically, that Mara might have been in play for some of those teams, or a guard. And all those other teams chose a guard or a different Michigan player. But I think if OKC's gonna, I think they're fine keeping him as some center depth, but they're also thinking like this guy could have a lot of value trading him later on. So I think that's a good pick for them. Yeah, they still have Sorber, who should be ready to go next year. But Yeah, I'm. For those who've been watching since before it started, I have Mara just like outside of my lottery, so I don't think this is a reach. I had no problem if he went as high as 6. I think that would have been fine. But yeah, I think I'm. I know like there has been some success with just having massive human beings that uh, just their length becomes a problem. But I don't know, it's a little slow footed, and uh, he is taller than Klingon, a little longer than Klingon, but Klingon has like a big man body, like he can throw that around a little bit. And I mean, maybe that ends up being better for Mara, but I think he's going to get pushed around a little bit more. And then you add to that, his foot speed is a lot slower than some of those other guys. So I see both ways with him, and that's why I didn't have him higher. Is just I don't know if his height and length alone is going to overcome some of those other weaknesses, but definitely you see the vision with him. He went to UCLA as a high prospect, transfers to Michigan, and really blossoms there. But yeah, it can pass the ball. It's got a nice little hook shot game. Just really solid all around fundamentals. I think if he stays there in OKC, I think I wouldn't like start him at center and have him play like heavy minutes, but I think off the bench, playing 20 minutes or so, I think would be good for him. Who has better foot speed, Mara or Klingon? I think Klingon does for sure. And not that Klingon's got great at it or either, but I think Klingon's a little underrated foot speed wise. But I don't know. I don't think Mara is quicker than Klingon. Maybe I didn't compare their shuttle times and things like that, but just watching them, it feels like Klingon is a little bit better moving his feet laterally. I think Klingon's a better rim protector too. They're both decent at it, but yeah, I have a feeling Mara, until he fills out his body a little bit, is going to struggle getting pushed around a little bit. But Wemby's not going to necessarily push him around. He's not strong, so yeah. Now we have Miami on the clock. They're picking for Milwaukee. That trade is not official quite yet. I think it'll be one of those July 6th trades. But yeah, I think it's got to be a Met here. You took the better player at 10 in Braden Burries. Now you take a swing on a boomer bust guy. I don't know if I would take a Met here, but I think that's the right call if you're just trying to find one. And from the Bucks' perspective, they took a chance on a boomer bust guy at 15, pick 15 in 2013 with Giannis to begin with, and he developed, so maybe they think they can strike lightning in a bottle. Ament did show some flashes throughout the year, which we'll talk about when he gets drafted, but yeah, I mean, I have no problem with this. 13's about where he should be going, so I think if you're Milwaukee and you come out of this draft with Burries and Ament, I think you're doing backflips. I really think that would be a great draft for them. We will see. Trying to think of like who else they would even consider taking here. I mean, maybe they would have taken Mara if he fell one more spot. I guess you could take Carr and just play him as a 3, have some more shooting there. I mean, there's still a lot of guards. Maybe Swain. That doesn't really help your shooting out at all. Um, I think Immense the play here. Um, yeah, Ament or Carr. I I think Carr's safer, but as a rebuilding team, I kind of like taking chances. So I'm taking Ament, man, and yeah. But yeah, we'll see what they do. How's everyone enjoying the draft so far? I'm I've been really impressed with outside of Dallas. Almost every team has done the logical thing. It doesn't always happen, right? Yeah. I think yeah, Swain wouldn't be bad here. Um, Davis is kind of boring without the Blazers in it. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem when you don't have a pick. And we don't even have a pick tomorrow to be like, oh, well, who's going to fall to 42 or whatever it would have been. I guess it would have been 45, but. What Blazer draft pick was I most hyped for when it happened in my life? That. Um, I mean, it's probably Greg Oden. I mean, getting the number one pick, just that whole process of winning the lottery and all that was so hyped for that draft. And yeah, um, here we go. Miami for Milwaukee.
With the 13th pick in the 2026 NBA draft, the Miami Heat select Nate Heyman from the University of Tennessee.
I love this pick, guys.
All right. So yeah, I think that was very smart. I'm impressed with not necessarily the trade I didn't like, but I think they took a calculated risk with their guy still being there at 13 that they have been rumored to like, and so uh, I really like what the Bucks have done here at 10 and 13. You get your starting two guard penciled in, and then you have a boomer bust, and that's exactly. I think that's really smart draft strategy wise. So Ment has really good height, obviously 6'9.5" without shoes, but only a 6'11.5" wingspan. So I was a little disappointed that it seemed like he had longer arms than that. Only a 2-inch plus wingspan. So yeah, that kind of. I mean, once again, it might not matter, but it did. It was a little surprising. But you obviously can't teach size and mobility, which he has. So that's good. As we've talked about, he's one of the biggest boomer bust prospects in this draft. If he got drafted high, I don't think 13 is high, but if he would have gone higher than this, it would have just been a gamble for his upside. He obviously needs to fill out really, really skinny. But he should be a plus defender on that end. He should be a better defender than he's shown. I mean, he was okay on that end, but definitely should be eventually thought of as a plus defender. Maybe even has all defensive team type potential, but it did seem a little far away from that this year. Definitely needs to fill out strength wise. Horrible finisher, man. Like that was one of the things that made me question why people would pick him for his size. Like, he just did not finish well. Maybe when he gets strength, he can play through contact a little better, but just not good at around the rim. And that's something that is really important for a guy of his size, to be able to get to the rim and finish. So if he's not able to do that, that's not good. Now, where he made up for that is he gets to the free throw line a lot. So his free throw rate was good. So that kind of offsets your horrible finishing. Can he do it against NBA competition, get to the line? I don't know if he's got like the foul merchant type skills to do it at the NBA level, but if he can, that definitely, like I said, offsets a little bit of his problems. He did shoot 79% from the free throw line too, while getting to there a bunch. So even though he didn't shoot well in college, I think he does have potential to maybe figure that out. And I mean, he obviously was a really high rated prospect. So definitely someone you take a gamble on, that these things can be fixed in the future. And I think, yeah, that was the right play. Definitely the right play. Damani says rookies don't get calls. Yeah, I'm not necessarily just talking about like right away. Like, obviously that's going to be something. That's going to be something that he needs to work on for the future. But Worsto says I should have been betting draft props tonight. Yeah, I don't even think about drafting like draft props. A lot of times what happens though is like it's like the opposite. It doesn't go the way I think it should go. But yeah, this has been pretty. Yeah, there's not one pick so far. Now Hornets are up at 14, so they obviously had a really good season last year. Yeah, I like Swain or Carr for them here. I would have liked Yoxel for them, especially if they move on from Miles Bridges finally. I thought he would have been a good replacement there, but I like either of those guys for them. As long as you have LaMelo, I don't know if you should take a point guard. But I mean, like, you got Phylon still on the board. Bennett Sturt's still on the board. I don't mind their fit. Either of those guys fit there. It's pretty good. I'm probably taking Cameron Carr here though, or Swain. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe this is where some of the bigs come into play. Chris Sinak Jr., Steinbach. I don't necessarily like those guys fit with that roster though. Yeah. Yeah, I'm taking I'm probably taking Carr or Swain here. Let's see who they take.
We have a trade to announce.
A trade?
As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Miami Heat are trading to Milwaukee Bucks the draft rights.
They're just announcing the honest trade. I was like, how did a trade get by everyone?
And with the 14th pick in the 2026 NBA draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Hannes Steinbach from Würzburg, Germany, and the University of Washington.
This young man, you talk about the size of
All right, there goes Steinbach. That's a bit of a surprising pick. So let me bring chat back up. Dijon Salon going to take that leap? He started to take a leap last year. I think year 3 he definitely could. Um, so Taylor says there's some NBA fan with no phone. He just heard about the Giannis trade through Silver just now. That's funny. Yeah, so I'm torn on Steinbeck because he was super productive, like points, rebounds. Like his counting stats were really good. Um, Watching him, he moves really fluidly for a big. He's really good rebounder on both ends of the court, especially offensive rebounds. It's kind of similar to Klingen in that sense, where he had some games where he just completely controlled the offensive rebounds. He's got decent touch around the rim. He's not really a high riser, so he doesn't. He has a lot of like low angle shots and stuff, which is kind of rare for a big man. But he has decent touch, so he can put the ball on the floor. He's really good as the roll man in a pick and roll situation, but not necessarily as a shooter, like just as a roll guy, even though it seems like he should be good at pick and pop. He shot a lot. Like he didn't really pass much out of the roll though. It was like almost all like it felt like a majority of the time he shoots versus passes, but it also feels like he has the ability to pass a little bit, and that's something that might be a hidden skill set for him. Not enough sample size to shoot a 3, but was kind of erratic. But hard to tell. I can't really get a good feel if there's potential there. Did kind of remind me of Klingen trying to shoot 3s. Like, he shot enough and made enough to be respectable, but is it like a viable skill that like long term can turn into a weapon, or is it just going to be like, okay, adequate enough for making some 3s? Gets a lot of steals, not necessarily as many blocks as he should, and then his rim protection isn't good at all. So didn't really defend the rim well. Doesn't get as many blocks as he wants, even though he gets a lot of steals, or as he should. So yeah, it's tough. Like defensively, he moves so well. It seems like he should be able to be a little bit more of a spacer, or like someone who can switch a little bit, or not necessarily stay with fast guards, but you should be able to do some things with him. He just isn't super athletic or anything outside of moving well, and so I'm just torn on him. He kind of reminds me a little bit of Domantas Sabonis when he came out of Gonzaga, and obviously Sabonis turned into a really good player, but a lot of the same faults that Sabonis had in terms of rim protection and just foot speed and things like that are going to be problems for Steinbach. So we'll see how he does at the next level. Kind of interesting fit. I mean, Charlotte does need some depth at the center spot, so I don't mind the pick. I don't necessarily think that was a bad pick or anything like that. So yeah, overall, I don't have a problem with it. I think he can be a guy who has decent production on offense, but not necessarily like a good player, if that makes sense. But yeah, maybe I think he does have enough there to maybe overcome or improve on some of those weaknesses. But yeah, like lack of rim protection isn't usually something you just automatically get better at, though. So, yeah. All right, so now our pick is up, right? Who are we drafting, guys? Who are we drafting? Man, if this was actually our pick, I'd be pretty stoked to get like Cameron Carr here, I guess. Who would you guys pick if this is how the draft board shook out? Yeah, I think Carr just for shooting. I mean, I know he only shot 37.5%, but who are you guys taking? Taylor says Cedric Howard Jr. Okay. Marv and Brendan both say Carr. Yeah. So who all? I know they have Dillingham. Who else? I know they dumped Ivy. Anthony's a free agent. Who else do they have a guard? They have a point guard that I can't think of right now. Who's their point guard? Help me out, chat. Josh Giddey, I guess. It's kind of a point guard. They've been talking about possibly trading him. I guess that was my problem. I wasn't thinking of, with all the guards they had, I wasn't thinking of Giddey as a guard. I was thinking of him as more of a point forward type. But yeah, I guess he's their point guard. I would not hesitate to draft an actual point guard here then. So I think this is where Phylon, Sturts. I probably, a team like Chicago that's rebuilding, I'm probably taking Phylon here over Sturts. Sturts is probably better on a team that's not looking for like crazy upside or anything. I do like a Corey, but oh, here we go.
With the 15th pick in the 2026 NBA draft, the Chicago Bulls select Galen Swain from the University of Texas.
All right, they go with Swain. What do you guys think of that pick? Alex is going to be pick 29 yet. He's just waiting for his Cavs. I mean, they got Caleb Wilson, so, I mean, Swain, more of a 3, I guess. But yeah, Bazelis too. I mean, maybe they think Swain can play the 2 a little bit, but I don't know. I'm not a fan of that pick necessarily. So Swain, so he's more of a slasher type. Really good at getting into the paint. Good finisher at the rim. Has decent handles with, I think he has a lot of upside for shot creation potentially. Really good defensively in the passing lanes. Generates a lot of steals. He should be a plus perimeter defender. He's got the body and skill or like quickness to be a good perimeter defender and off-ball defender. But other than jumping passing lanes, he does not do well in those spots. He falls asleep a lot on defense, loses focus a lot. So, but that's something you can clean up, I guess. So maybe he can fix that. He does rebound well for his position. Not necessarily a flashy passer, but does have the ability to make the right read and pass off the dribble. He did shoot 82% from the free throw line, so that is a good sign probably. But his shot has like a weird catapult hitch to it. And he'll have to, he's got to improve those mechanics a lot, I think. Man, I like Swain. I don't know about him here. And I don't like his fit on the Bulls. They got a lot of those. I mean, if Giddey's our point guard, I guess that's different. But you know, he's more of a small forward type, size wise. So you got him who can't really shoot. Patrick Williams. I guess Buzelis and Caleb Wilson hopefully can shoot, but none of those guys is really a center. So you got a lot of depth on the wings. Sengu that we talked about. Yeah, and I agree. Take the best talent. That's fine, but I don't necessarily agree that Swain was the best talent either here. So I would have taken one of the guards and hoped that like a Phylon develops into just as good of a lead guard as some of those guys taken in the top 10. That's probably the path I would have chosen. But I mean, I don't think it's a horrible pick. I like a lot of rebuilding teams should just stack talent. So if that's who you thought was the best player, go ahead. All right, so now we're to 16. It's Memphis up again. So now Memphis is in a really good spot once again. I like this for them. They got we talked about them maybe needing to add a point guard after taking Boozer, having Jalen Wells, Coward, etc. I think this is a really good spot for a point guard, either Phylon Sturts. Oh crap! I just put the wrong button. No. Oh, they're not ready for the pick yet. I thought I maybe missed that pick, but thankfully it didn't mess it up too much. All right, so let's see. Yeah, I would take. I mean, I like Ibuka Okori here too. I like Christian Anderson too for them. I would take. There's 4 guards. I would take one of them. I mean, Cameron Carr. I mean, he fit basically on any team, but like I said, they already have Wells and Coward there on the wings and G.G. Jackson stuff. But or did they trade G.G. Jackson? I don't remember. But yeah, I'm taking one of the point guards here. I'm probably I like Phylon's fit there. Corey's really intriguing though, but I don't know if you can go wrong with any of the 4. They're doing this interview with Caleb Wilson and Cameron Boozer and not going to the podium. So yeah, while we wait for that, who are you guys taking here? Oh, a trade? So just I mean you don't have to spoil who the pick is, but who is it being traded to? Oh.
The Memphis Grizzlies select Brandt from the University of Iowa.
Yes, sir. Sure. Yes, sir. Gabriel.
All right, so what's the trade? Not spoiling it, but wish Blazers made it. All right, what's the trade, guys? Someone let me know. I saw Bennett Sturts got taken. Two seconds. What's the trade? Come on, people. Sturts is going to OKC for 2 seconds. Are we sure 17 is not involved? Two seconds? Nah. No way. Jack says, I think Shales forgot to include 17 in that tweet because no way. Alright. Man, Sturts would have been awesome for Memphis. What are you doing? I mean, it's just one spot, I guess, but... What? Alright, someone's got to help me understand this. That makes no sense. I mean, back to Bennett Sturts. Absolutely love Sturts. The knock is... What, he's 24 years old. Memphis gets 17. Okay. They're swapping 16 and 17. Thank you, guys. I'm a little surprised with how many guards on the board that OKC wanted to trade up to get Sturts. Obviously, having someone who takes care of the ball, doesn't turn it over, is a good shooter, good ball handler. I think Bennett Sturts is an awesome fit next to SGA. And play a little bit. So Sturts measured 6'2.5" with a 6'6" wingspan. I was hoping he would be a little closer to 6'4" as well. It's a little disappointed in his measurements, but I mean, just the way he took Drake the year before to the forgot who they beat in the first round of the tourney, but that's when people started noticing him. If you used to watch Blazers Uprise, I was very high on Sturts a couple months prior to that. That was one of my guys, and he ends up transferring to Iowa when his coach Ben McCollum goes there. But yeah, just a really good player, really good skill set, and he's actually a competent defender as well. So I guess, like I was saying, there's 4 point guards here on the board, so I get now that 17 is included. Why Memphis did this, especially if they knew they were taking Sturts and they like Phylon or someone over that. But yeah. Chase says, a guy I'd really like to trade into the draft for is Isaiah Evans if he falls low. I completely agree with you there, Chase. I do not think the Blazers are even trying to trade into the first round right now. I don't think they have anyone they want to trade for a pick. I don't think they want to ruin any of their assets for future trades. Their potential package they can trade in first, I don't think they want to detract from that for a late first round pick. Maybe if they can get a late pick for a bunch of future seconds, they consider it. But I said this earlier when someone asked, I gave it a 1% chance that Portland made a pick tonight. I just don't think they have any desire to be in this draft. They're more looking for players from other teams, win now players, to make that all-in move. And I don't think they're going to waste one of their draft picks on that. But yeah, I'm like you. I love the draft and want to think about some of these guys as Blazers, but yeah. But yeah, especially with Jaylen Brown and, as Lazy Panda said, Trey Murphy still on the table. Neither of those guys up until this point has been traded. And if those respective teams that drafted, like Atlanta at 8, Golden State at 11, if those teams didn't draft who New Orleans wanted or Boston wanted but those picks, then it's going to be hard for those teams to trade for those players. So it kind of takes, the Clippers with the 5th pick. A lot of those teams are now, their offers are a lot less than what they could have been to potentially put their offer over the top of a Blazer offer. Now the Blazers are sitting there with a Bucks, with 3 picks from the Bucks that just traded away Giannis, and so I think the Blazers are in a pretty good position if one of those guys gets traded to pounce on it. I also think, Anthony Edwards is like a pipe dream, but obviously if he becomes available, you do everything you can to get him. But I think you just wait it out until the next star becomes available, or maybe you just offer someone so much that they trade someone they weren't considering trading. But another trade. What's this other trade? You can tell me the trade, just don't tell me who they're trading him to pick, if that makes sense. 17 to Detroit for 21. Okay, so the Memphis is just adding assets. I think so. Detroit, they're trading up to 17. I would think this is for Cameron Carr. 3 seconds. Oh.
Kevin.
Sorry, I missed that one. But Abuka Corey goes to Detroit? So yeah. That pick is interesting. Detroit trading up for a small point guard is kind of weird, but I guess. So he only measured 6'1" without shoes, but did have a 6'7" 3/4 wingspan, so not too bad. So yeah, definitely. I think he's okay size wise. So Memphis traded down 5 spots for 5 seconds. Yeah, not bad if you're just stockpiling assets. And they're a team that likes drafting just a bunch of players, so I guess that fits for them. I don't know if it changes the odds on a hero trade to Detroit, because I think Hero's more of a 2, obviously, and Corey is definitely a 1. Here I have notes on him. Can flat out get to the paint and into the rim. Really impressive the way he's able to do that, especially the freshman. Super fast and shifty. Really like his ability to get downhill. That combined with the high free throw rate, that bodes well for him on the next level. Can get by defenders without a screen. He can do it with a screen too, obviously, but was really impressed by his ability to get by a defender like in an isolation situation. And then he's got a good enough shot. I think it keeps the defense honest. It obviously can get better. I think his mechanics are good enough that he should, as he gets he obviously needs to get a little bit better wrist strength, and but I think he can become a decent shooter. Kind of a low release though, so maybe he needs to clean it up a little bit, but he showed the ability to make simple reads. Didn't pass the ball a lot though. Definitely looks, he's a scoring guard, as was that Scoot said that. I'm not a a point guard. I'm a scoring guard or something, or a points guard. Points guard. That's what it was. Almost messed that up. He is a points guard. Um, uh, but just because he didn't pass a lot, he did take care of the ball. Like, he had a really low turnover rate for how high of a usage rate he had. He's definitely going to get tested on defense in the NBA. He got a lot of steals, so he found ways to be effective despite not being the greatest defender. And I guess when you have Usher and, Cade's not a bad defender. If they re-signed Duran, they've got the defending part of that down, I guess, so they can make up for that. He's got that 6'7" wingspan I measured, but he did look really small on the court. So I don't know if that'll hurt him at all, but really like him. I don't know about Detroit. I mean, they didn't really give up a ton, I don't think, for moving up 4 spots. Just when you're just talking about throwing in seconds. Yeah, so yeah, he's a fine player. I guess like Phylon is more of like some of the type of players they have already. So I get it. I wonder if they were trying to trade up for Sturts too, and that's Memphis kind of played them against each other. Yeah. But Memphis trading back, they still should get a guy at 21. One of the guards still. There's still, 2 of them left now, Phylon and Christian Anderson. So I think they gotta hope one of those 2 are there. Yeah. What's up, Daniel? Yeah, so who's at 18 now? It's commercial, so they're not showing. Who is at 18? Hornets. Oh, Hornets. Yeah, after taking Steinbach. So, I mean, what I said they should have taken Carr earlier. Now they have a chance to take Carr again. Yeah. Oh. So ESPN's reporting that they're only getting 3 second-round picks total. But here's...
With the 18th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Christian Anderson Jr. from Texas Tech University.
Made the all Big 12 first team, Big 12 most.
All right, just a reminder, please don't say who's being drafted before I play it over there. If you know, just keep it to yourself for a minute. Avoid putting it in chat, please. It ended up being a 3-team trade with just 3 seconds going to Memphis. There wasn't. I don't think Carr is necessarily falling hard. I think people thought when he had a really good combine day that he kind of moved up into the lottery range, but I don't think it's that crazy to that he's fallen this far. I mean, I expect him to go here in one of the next couple picks. Let's see here. So Christian Anderson, I really like the jump he took from his freshman to sophomore year. I really like his game a lot. Shot the ball over 40. It was at 41.5% from three. For a point guard, 80% from the free throw line. That could be a little better, but still pretty good overall. I thought he took a lot of a big jump this year, and I thought it was. I the problem for him is there were so many point guards in this draft, so it's tough to differentiate or move up higher than 18, I guess. But yeah, I thought it was crazy that a lot of mocks had him in the mid to late 20s. I definitely think this is a good pick for Charlotte, and yeah, I'm a little surprised they went over Phylon, I guess, but yeah. There's 3 of the 4 point guards I was talking about, so unless Phylon falls a couple spots, I feel like Memphis might have messed up a little bit. But we'll see. Let me bring chat back up here. Matt, please tell me you were being sarcastic. ESPN is wrong. Shams said 5 second round picks. Funny, Marv. But Alex is saying all 6 of his guys. We're all living through Alex right now at 29 with the Cavs, just waiting. So he hopefully gets one of his guys. Who do I think is the biggest steal of the draft so far? I absolutely love so many picks so far. I thought 4 or 5 or yeah, I mean the top 8 I thought were all the right picks. I like their fit with all of them. I especially like A Cuff on Sacramento. I feel like he's that alpha lead guard that that they need to get back to something. And then yeah, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a steal, but I like the Oxel's fit in Golden State. I like Burries to Milwaukee. Yeah, there's a lot to like about this draft so far. But yeah, A Cuff to Sacramento. That's like my. I don't know if I'm calling him for Rookie of the Year over the top guys, but I think he's going to get every opportunity to have a great rookie year. We're showing Phylon. So now we're up to Toronto at 19. We're just waiting for Mr. Silver to come to the podium. Hopefully one of his last drafts.
Raptors select Alan Graves from Santa Clara University.
Alan Graves.
Another Santa Clara basketball star.
I don't necessarily hate Silver. I just think he is. I really liked him at the beginning of his tenure, and I think he's made a lot of bad decisions. Whereas sports like baseball are doing things to improve the game, I feel like he's so ultra focused on things like tanking that it's kind of gonna ruin some of the game a little bit. But yeah, Alan Graves. This is I keep thinking, they've got to switch it up at some point, right? And not take another like wing type player that I mean Graves is kind of a big, I guess, but he's not like a center big. Yeah, let me bring up my notes on Graves. I mean, obviously he was when Tyler Tanner dropped out of the draft. Alan Graves I saw as high as like 3 or 4 on some people's draft boards. The spreadsheet FC as they're called. So he was an analytical darling. Yeah, but it was kind of weird because he came off the bench and I think he only played about 22 minutes a game. So it wasn't like he was like a star on Santa Clara either. And it was like a small school. But very interesting prospect, really smart player, shows some really good passing flashes with really good reads, understands the defense really well. Shot 41% from 3, so I guess they're banking on having some shooting there in Toronto after Grady Dick didn't pan out from a couple years ago. He's probably going to get moved in this offseason. 75% from the free throw line. I think that shooting ability definitely gives him a stretch 4 capabilities on the next level. So that's going to be good. Takes care of the ball, doesn't really turn it over. Hits the offensive glass, is a pretty good rebounder overall. He uses his body really well, especially on screens. He sets really good picks. But he's not very athletically gifted, so that's kind of the opposite of a Toronto player. And he doesn't finish well around the rim because of that lack of athleticism. Just not very strong with the ball around the rim. So yeah, definitely more of a pick and pop type of guy, or a like a passer out of the pick and roll versus going to the basket, because obviously he has time to improve that. But yeah, just for how well analytically he measured, that was kind of alarming to see him not being able to finish a lot around the rim. And then defense, that athleticism I think is going to limit how good of a defensive player he is, but his basketball IQ and his anticipation on defense, like making the right help play or just being in the right position, anticipating a pass or whatever, those were all positives to where I think he can be a neutral defender on that end, or maybe even within a good team scheme, be a positive defender, despite the athleticism, lack of athleticism. But yeah, I don't hate this pick for Toronto. It's just, maybe they make a trade for a center, but like they've been a team where they for a long time have been the type of team that has all these wings and needs more center and point guard depth, and so a little surprising that they didn't go for that there. Now we got the Spurs, the runners up on the clock. Cameron Carr is still sitting there. LeBaron Philon's still sitting there. I'd be a little surprised if they took Philon with how guard heavy they are right now. I think, is Champagny a free agent? I mean, if he is, I'm expecting them to try to re-sign him, but I mean, Carr could be maybe a long-term Champagny replacement if they lose him. Isaiah Evans, I think, would be a good fit here. I think Malik Thomas wouldn't be bad here. That's when he might start to come into play. Yeah, I mean, Carr, I think, has got to be the consideration here, right? I mean, maybe like Sanak. I don't really think there's any other. I mean, I guess if they feel comfortable with Quaintance' knee situation, maybe he's the guy. But I don't know. It feels like Carr has to be the play here, or Malik Thomas, or Isaiah Evans. Like some just more shooting. Pick is in. Let's see. See what they're gonna do. Oh, a team option on Champagny. So yeah, they're gonna keep him, but Michael Kroll says, I know we have a logjam of guards, but would you be open to trading into the draft and grabbing Philon? Once again, personally, I would love to trade into the draft. The Blazers are not going to, though. They're just not. They're not going to use assets to make a trade that hurts their ability to make a huge trade later on. I think that's probably the right play right now, especially if Jaylen Brown's available and all these teams pick players that the Celtics necessarily didn't pick themselves. I think Portland jumps to the forefront after this draft of having one of the best, at least in terms of draft pick assets that they can offer. But I would be absolutely floored if the Blazers made a pick today.
The San Antonio Spurs select Jaden Quaintance from the
All right,
University of
Quaintance.
Kentucky.
So they go with
All right, so one of Alex Wolf's guys for the Cavs is off the board. Man, this is one of those almost like when the Celtics got Rob Will several years ago. This has the ability. This pick could be one of those that's, how in the heck did this guy fall to 20 to San Antonio? Are these other 19 teams stupid? Or it could be they just wasted a pick because this guy can't stay healthy and maybe he's good, but he just isn't on the floor enough. So I guess that's another comparison to Rob Will. But man, I really liked Quaintance as a 17-year-old freshman. I was disappointed when I found out he wasn't draft eligible last year. I felt like he would have gone higher than this last year if he was eligible. That knee injury really kind of screwed him over. But yeah, it was really a shame that we didn't really get to see him or see how he improved from his what should have been his senior year in high school to now, but now with technically 2 years of experience, but only playing enough games for it to be 1 year of experience. Yeah, obviously the injury concerns are what caused him to fall down boards. He's a little short at 6'9", but man, it just looks massive out there with his frame. And if his knee is okay, he does have a lot of athleticism. So I do think that'll help him if he can get back to where he was before. Now, if those injuries kind of took away a little bit of his athleticism, then it might not be as good at 6'9". But I mean, he plays bigger than 6'9". It looks like he's a legit center. He's got a plus 7'5" wingspan, so he can play the center. And when you have Wemby, obviously, you can kind of play two players there. It doesn't really matter if Wemby's the 4 or the 5. So I think Quaintance is a good fit if healthy next to Wemby. On offense, he's kind of a dunker spot big. Runs the floor really well, or at least he did prior to injuries. He actually has some ball handling and creation upside, which is kind of weird for someone that's that big. But that's what impressed me his freshman year, was just his ability to make a play off a dribble at that size. And he doesn't really have much of a post-up game, though. Can't shoot the ball. Maybe that changes. Skill set overall still really raw. Like I said, hard to tell because he only played 4 games this year, so it's hard to know if some of these things got better between his freshman and sophomore year. He's a really good rebounder, especially crashing the O boards, and then obviously projects as a good defensive big as well. So, it's just, this was either. So I answered the question earlier from Daniel if who my steal of the draft was. This is either the best pick in the draft or the worst pick in the draft so far. I don't think there's much in between. If he's anything like he was a year ago, that I think this is crazy good value here. If he is at all slowed by that, then I don't know if he necessarily has much to go off of other than his size and athleticism. So it'd be really interesting to see how he bounces back from that injury. And you never want injuries to like affect anyone or ruin anyone's career. So hopefully, I mean, there's rumors ACL, meniscus, and other things wrong with his knees still. So it kind of cringe when you hear that, thinking of like Brandon Roy and some of the other players that had injuries cut their career short. But man, this guy can flat out play if he's healthy. So yeah. And the Spurs, I mean, they made it all the way to the finals. Probably, were a few mistakes in each game away from winning a championship. They didn't need much, so I think this is a good situation to where they can take a chance on a guy like Quaintance. So I don't mind that at all for the Spurs, even if it doesn't work out. I think it's a good play. So now 21, we have it's technically Detroit picking, but they're picking for Memphis, who traded back from 16. LeBaron Philon still on the board. I'm taking him right now if I'm Memphis. I know Carr is probably a little higher rated, but Coward and Jalen Wells have a very similar skill set to Carr. So I'm taking Philon, and I'm very happy with my draft with Philon and Cameron Boozer right now if I'm Memphis.
With the 21st pick in the 2026 NBA draft, the Detroit Pistons select Kareem Lopez from Hermosillo, Mexico, and the New Zealand Breakers of the NBL.
Oh, I don't like that pick. I'm not really a Kareem Lopez fan. I think, man, especially you got Cam Boozer, like we talked about. They have all the forwards already. but Memphis just cannot help themselves. They cannot help themselves. They have to outthink the room. I mean, he could be good. I feel like a lot of his is just based on potential because he's 6'9" and has good size and can handle the ball a little bit. Um, but overall, I'm not really a fan. I feel like he does a lot of things okay, but none of his okays are NBA level okays. I feel like it's all like not quite good enough for the NBA level. Now he's still super young. So I mean, he could develop, and obviously Memphis likes those type of players or whatever. And there's definitely stuff to work with. You definitely like, you know, anytime you have a 6'9" guy that can kind of handle the ball a little bit. I saw some comparisons to Denny. I don't think he's that skilled, but you know, if he can learn how to be a downhill guy, get to the rim, draw fouls like Denny, I think there's definitely a room for that kind of skill set. I just I would have probably I probably would have gone a different direction if I'm Memphis, but this is such a Memphis pick. Like, so yeah. I don't know what for those that like Lopez. What is it? What is it that stands out? I kept watching stuff trying to think of something other than his ability to handle the ball like that popped or like, oh, okay, this will lead to success at the next level. Is it just that he's young and has a chance to improve all of them? Because I definitely agree with that. Defensively, he it seems like he should be a decent defender, but kind of slow, doesn't really block a lot of shots. I don't know. I mean, at this point in the draft, I don't think it's like a horrible pick. I just thought it set up so well for Memphis to get File on there. Yeah. Shaggy Squid says he liked that he played in the NBL. I mean, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I do think it would have been weird if someone took him higher. So, yeah. Being interviewed right now. 22. Philly joins the party. Something that we'll not say about the Blazers today. And someone just asked a little bit. I know you're Australian, Shaggy, but I mean, just because you played in a certain league doesn't mean anything. I guess, you know, Memphis is rebuilding. I just think they have a lot of forwards. But, you know, rebuilding team, take different players. I think going up against Boozer in practice every day is going to help him. It was cool, a Mexican-born player. That's cool as well. Haven't had a lot of representation from actual Mexican-born players in the NBA. So that's fun. Yeah, so Philly's up right now. I don't know if they're taking a guard. Do they just take Cameron Carr here? They might lose Grimes this offseason. Yeah, I don't know. If I'm them, I'd probably take Carr here. See if there's anyone else I would consider. I mean, they got a bunch of guards already. I mean, I know they traded McCain. I don't know if I'm if that's a good spot for Phylon necessarily. I think Malik Thomas would be okay for them. I don't like a lot of... This is where the range where I really struggle with this draft. Outside of a handful of players that are still left. This is probably a little high for Joshua Jefferson, but I do kind of like his fit there in Philly. It's kind of a wing connector. But yeah, I'm probably just taking Carr and calling it a day for Philly right now. I don't know, what would you guys do here? Take Sanak. Yeah, I guess Sanak. That's not a bad one. Philly needs to be done with the Embiid era and trade him. Yeah. Brian asked why we're on different streams. What I miss? You missed me leaving Blazers Uprise, and I had this channel with Rich that we had done some videos on, and just decided to stream here for a while. Don't know if I'll keep going on this channel or what, but just still wanted to stream and talk with you guys. But all right, so I missed the pick, but they took Phylon. Sorry, I forgot to play it. So Phylon finally goes. So I don't know if they have a trade or something. But I mean, this is just take the best player available, and I think, I mean, you could have made a case for Carr being that guy, but I think Phylon is definitely right up there as one of the few players I would draft left on the board. So maybe you think you need more guard depth moving forward. Like I said, Grimes is probably out of there in free agency. So yeah. But Phylon can play, man. I was one of those guys that went back to school for his sophomore year. Yeah. I don't know if he's the best fit next to Maxey, but yeah. What are my thoughts on Zuby? I mean, we'll get to it a little more in depth when he's drafted. I feel like he is a college big. I feel like a lot of his upside or his strengths in college were more like because they were like college strengths. I don't think just hard work and good body size or like in terms of like toughness and strength. I don't think that's necessarily, I mean, it could be okay at the next level. Certainly there's room for hustle workman type players. I don't like a lot of his skill set outside of that. And then he measures at 6'7.5" without shoes. And I know he's got a 7'2" wingspan, 8'11" standing reach, but that's forward size. If he was center size, I think a lot of that would be okay. But I don't know. I don't feel like he does anything. I don't know if he necessarily does anything that I think will stand out on the NBA level against other big athletic players that have better size and work just as hard for him on the rebounds and stuff like that. Yeah, kind of. I mean, a completely different skill set, but kind of similar to Janai Broom last year, where it's like I feel like it's kind of a tweener that doesn't really have a position in the NBA. Those guys, it's tough to it's tough to figure out a plan for them thriving or being good at the next level because there's so many guys that just play hard or whatever. I think he would do really well in the G League maybe, but I'm just not a huge fan of Zuby. Well, that doesn't mean he can't do well. And then, honestly, in this draft, once we're to this point, there's still a few players that I would definitely take, but then it's about to fall off a cliff, and I'm gonna have guys who wouldn't be drafted in a lot of drafts being late first round, early second round picks. So, Matt says they said that about Queen. I mean, maybe the size thing, but Queen has an actual skill set that where he can handle the ball, he can create his own shot, he can pass. Like that's completely different. If Zuby could do any of that stuff, I would feel much differently about him. But I feel like he's just a rebound / tough, like a tough guy, like I said, dirty work type player. And I don't necessarily think his game translates well to the NBA. What's up, Wes? He says the Blazers should trade in the second round and take Sinek. Once again, the Blazers aren't gonna do that. So, all right, Atlanta's pick is in. As long as they're keeping it, they took Fleming earlier. This might not be the worst spot for Sinek. Just waiting on Adam Silver.
With the 23rd pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Zuby Ejiofor from St. John's University.
He's the only.
It's kind of funny. We were just talking about him. So Shaggy says he could grow into a bigger Josh Hart type. I don't think he's quick enough necessarily. I mean, I do like his work ethic and stuff, and I mean the way he plays, like how hard he plays. I just don't know if that can be your best skill at the NBA level, is just playing hard. And I don't know. They mentioned Josh Hart on the broadcast. That's funny. All right, but yeah, that's I mean, they already have like an undersized big with a Kongwu there. Knicks are up now. Man, Knicks could get Carr. Lazy Panda says if Boston trades JB, that the Hawks are #1 in the East. I don't know about #1, but I mean, they definitely could be up there. Five of Alex's guys are still there with 5 picks to go. The Hawks got Zuby. Food sounds good. So the Knicks, I think I mean, this is kind of like a luxury pick for them. I mean, Carr is still on the board. You could take him. I think this is a pretty good spot for Sinak. That's who I'd probably take if I'm them. I mean, you can never have enough shooting, even though they have a ton. But, you still have Malik Thomas, Isaiah Evans on the board. Yeah. Maybe I wonder if there's any international players that are. I wonder if they'd stash a pick here. I'd probably take Sinak here. I think he could learn a lot from Cat. There's a chance they could lose Mitchell Robinson this offseason. I don't know if Sinak's a backup center on a championship team right away his rookie year, but I'd probably take him here. Vassar's kind of... I don't really like Vassar this high, but I think he'd fit really well with New York too. Yeah, I'm probably just taking Sinak here if I'm... The Knicks are trading. The Lakers picking. The Lakers are picking. Insidious Swede, thanks a lot for tuning in. Appreciate you. Have a good night. Have fun at work tomorrow. Or good night, I guess, if you're going to sleep for work tomorrow. So, once again, for those who haven't seen, it's okay to talk about like the Lakers making a trade, but please don't say who they're trading up to get in chat, because we want to listen to it live and have a reaction, actual reaction, not having already been spoiled in chat. Thank you. All right, so if this pick is going, Knicks and Lakers making a trade. Interesting.
With the 24th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the New York Knicks select Cameron Carr from Baylor University.
All right, they get Cameron Carr. I mean, someone said Carr to Lakers. like, I'm assuming moving up one spot, they didn't really have to give up much. But what a great pick for them. That's kind of sad the Lakers get a cheap into the first round rotation player that helps them conserve their cap space or whatever, especially if they move on from LeBron. But they add some shooting and just a really good wing option next to Luka. I really like this for the Lakers a lot, unfortunately. Boo. Yeah, so I think he was pretty much by far the best player left on the board. And so sometimes falling in the draft makes you go to a really good situation. I talked about that when we were speculating earlier that Yoxel could fall if the Warriors didn't take him at 11. Sometimes it sucks sitting there waiting for your name to be called, but he's going to a really good situation. And if you're on the Lakers and you show any bit of promise, you're going to be hyped up as the next thing. So I really like this move by the Lakers, unfortunately. Alex calls it Taylor Horton Tucker syndrome. Yeah, exactly. When I think Hyken used to work for Bleacher Report, and he'd put out like a top 25 under 25 or something, and he had Taylor Horton Tucker above SGA and a couple other really good players. It's funny. The Knicks just got cash considerations for moving down. I mean, yeah, you moved down one spot, so if you weren't going to take Carr and you got a promise from the Lakers that they weren't taking the guy you want, so I think right here you take Sanak still. I think he's probably the best player left on the board. I haven't seen who ESPN says. Yeah, I mean, Joshua Jefferson hasn't been super high in a lot of mocks. I kind of like him, though. Malik Thomas, Isaiah Evans, Chris Sanak. Yeah, I think they've got to take Sanak here unless they trade it again, which is certainly possible. And then once the next, I'll get into my thoughts on him a little bit more. Pelinka's been bad at drafting. I don't know. I mean, I don't necessarily blame him for taking Connect at 17. Trying to think who else they took. Have they kept many of their picks? They took what's his name? It was in the Doncic trade. Why? I don't remember his name. Yeah, Hood-Schifino was a huge disappointment. I liked that pick at the time, and I thought, Connect at 17 wasn't a bad pick after he fell. Christie, yeah, Max Christie. Thank you. So yeah, Lakers on the clock. or not Lakers, Knicks on the clock. Then we got Denver and Boston following them. We'll see who the Knicks pick. They're talking to Spike Lee for a long time. I guess deservingly so. He won a title too. You think it's astonishing that Sinek fell this far? I don't necessarily think... I don't think... He should have gone ahead of Kareem Lopez, maybe, but... I don't think there was many other players and taken ahead of him that I necessarily would have taken before him. Maybe Zuby as well. Yeah, I had Sinek at 24, so all right. Can we get another pick, please? This first round's almost over. All right, here's the best available: Sinek, Malik Thomas. I'm just curious what ESPN rated. Koa Pete. I'm not high on Koa Pete at all. Henry Sarr. Probably saying his name wrong. Richie Saunders. It's their top 5. Alex, I did see something today where not to be surprised if Cleveland
are acquiring the draft rights to Bennett Sturts, the 16th pick. The Detroit Pistons are acquiring
Cleveland
the
took
draft
Baba.
rights to Ibuka Okori, the 17th pick. And the Memphis Grizzlies are acquiring the draft rights to Kareem Lopez, the 21st pick. And with the 25th pick in the 2026 NBA draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Sergio De La Reyes from Valladolid, Spain, and the Valencia Basketball Club.
Sergio led Valencia to the 2025 Spanish Super Cup title.
Yeah, so this is what I was wondering if the Knicks were gonna... I was actually thinking of this, of Sergio, if he was for sure coming over right away or not. The Knicks have used late first round picks. Now they got Pacome, right? Diawara. They've had some international guys. They've had some. I don't know if you can call them successes yet because none of them really done anything on the court. But yeah, I was kind of wondering if they would maybe try to stash this pick. I don't think that's a terrible pick for them. Sergio De La Reyes definitely has some promise. He had obviously he withdrew. I think he withdrew at the last minute last year, or right towards the end of the process. Yeah. Shaggy Squin, Braylon Mullins, Thomas Houck, and I think Amari Allen. I might be mistaken, but Braylon Mullins and Thomas Houck for sure went back to school, so they're not eligible to be drafted. Otherwise, both would have probably been drafted by now. And your message went through twice for some reason. I'm going to delete one of them. But yeah, at least 2 of the 5 you listed aren't even in the draft. Thanks a lot, Freddie. Appreciate you watching. I think you do need a ticket. I don't know how it works. As I mentioned earlier, the 1992 draft, it was $5 to get in. I'm sure it's like an event now, where they probably charge a bunch of money. Not sure how much though it is, but I'm pretty sure you need to buy a ticket or get one somehow. $10 now? Okay. Yeah, it's kind of cool just to see, you get to see the players that are there up close. I don't know why anyone would go on day 2 now, but I definitely would have, when it was all one day, I would have been a trooper and stayed the whole day. That would have been cool. I wonder how hard it is to get like a media pass to the draft. Wonder how big of like a channel you have to. Not saying I would try it, but yeah, Shaggy, that's tough with NIL now. It's so hard, and there's like Fanspo has a really cool draft board creator, but they're so bad at updating it. So it's like there's so many players on the list still that are staying in college. It's kind of annoying, and then they don't add players very quickly that are draft eligible. So yeah. I will, Alex. I'm not 100% sure how that all works. If you can do like a dual stream and you both channels get credit for it, or how that works if only one channel gets all the stuff from it. Taylor, I would think that was hilarious, and I would think that was, if you're that upset over it, then I don't know if, did the Christmas album, did he really dig at, I don't know if he really dug at Cronin that much. I know there was that 8-1, and then like ping pong balls. There was one about Chauncey. I don't know. Yeah, he's had some attacks on Jody, and obviously he has the one. Yeah, the one that's worse would be the Jody one, or the all Cronin's lies one. So there's a video on this channel with Rich just posted press conference clips of Cronin contradicting himself, and that one would probably get him in the most trouble. I saw Jody kissing Santa Claus. Yeah, well, Jody's not the owner anymore, so yeah. All right, Nuggets are up now. All right, we finally got Carr off the board. So I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with them taking Sinak. I like Malik Thomas and Isaiah Evans, I think, for shooting would be good as well. There is news that Valanciunas is trying to get out of his contract like last summer, and he wants to go back overseas and play. So if they granted that, might have they might have a need for some backup center help, but I don't know if Sinak's necessarily ready to be a backup center right away. Vasir, I don't know how do you say that? I'm gonna mess that up. I think he actually fits Denver's style a little better. But I would probably go for the shooting of Evans or Thomas here, if it was me.
Was missed by the
2026 NBA Draft. The Denver Nuggets select Terrence Reed Jr. from the University of Connecticut.
All right. All right. All right, there's another one of Alex's guys. Wait, what? Oh, Denver is trading this to the Spurs for number 35 and 2 future seconds. Okay. So, San Antonio, they're just beefing up their front court then with Taurus Reed after taking Quaintons. Is Quaintons gonna like redshirt a year or something then? I don't necessarily understand trading for Reed when you already had or you'd already drafted Quaintons. I don't think this is like a bad pick for the 26th pick. It's just kind of weird that they took 2 bigs. And both are like a little undersized in terms of just height. Taurus Reed 6'9" 3/4. And then but both have really good wingspan, 7'4" and quarter for Reed. So maybe they're just beefing up their front line, hoping that they can get a lot tougher and more physical. Reed is another one of those relentless rebounding, attacking the glass worker type, like we mentioned with Zuby. And actually, that's who I would have taken Reed instead, like before Zuby. But yeah, I mean, he doesn't really do much, in my opinion, outside of, he can defend in the paint and he can get you rebounds and he works really hard. So I obviously guessing the Spurs are moving on from both Plumlee and Olynyk on their bench and replacing them with a couple of hard-nosed bigs that can mix it up and be physical. So yeah, pick makes more sense for Denver. I agree. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Maybe they drafted the wrong guy for another team. Yes, Tyler, that happened once on a live, but that did not happen right now because I did not, and there's no one else down here in this room right now, so. Might have been my chair, me hitting my table with my knee, which I do constantly. But yeah, I would tell you if I did, though. Rich texted me to say there was not a Cronin-centric song on his Christmas album, so I don't think Cronin would get mad at it. Maybe he thought it was funny. Rich said to say hi to everyone, too, by the way. Hopefully in the future he can start streaming again. Alright, Celtics are up. I mean, who knows what the Celtics are going to be up to now. Are they going to really trade Jaylen Brown? Do they try to mend that bridge? Yeah, what do they do here? I think, they could go for shooting. The 2 players we mentioned, Isaiah Evans and Malik Thomas, I think would fit well there. And then, Sanak would be a fine, I think he's okay big for them as well, so. So, yeah. I don't know, if I'm Boston, I'm taking one of those 3 guys, though. Trying to think of if there's anyone else I mean, Joshua Jefferson doesn't really work for them. Maybe they reach on Baba here. Alex Caravan kind of feels like a Boston guy, but with their seemingly unwillingness to include Shireman or Hugo Gonzalez in that Giannis trade, I don't know. I find it hard to believe that they would just draft another shooter type guy that doesn't really do much else. So.
With the 27th pick in the 2026 NBA draft, the Boston Celtics select Chris Sinek Jr. from the University of Houston.
There he goes. There he goes. All right, so Sinek, told you I'd get more into the notes when he was picked. He has a really good wingspan and reach. I think the combine was pretty good for him overall. Let's see what those numbers exactly were. So only 6'10" and a quarter, so not quite center size, but 7'5" wingspan. So much like we're talking about with Quaintance and Reed, has the length to become a center. Now he is not physical at all like those guys, so he's going to have to add a ton of strength. That's one of his biggest weaknesses. I think he's going to get pushed around as well. Just not physical at all. But he is a good rebounder. So that'll come into play. I definitely see the vision of Sinek as like a dunks and threes type big. Someone who can space the floor, but also mix it up inside a little bit. But my problem is that vision wasn't necessarily matched by his production. And, you know, you could very easily excuse that as him being young. And much like we talked about with Kingston Fleming's on Houston, he has, you know, as a young big that needs to add strength, there's definitely a huge amount of upside there. So I think there's a really good pick for Boston. So I'm not mad at that at all. I think this is a great pick for them. But I also feel like you can kind of say that on the defensive end too. Like, he could be a really good defender. Right now he's a little better off ball than he is on ball. But you'd think with his size and athleticism, you could see him as a potential switch big, or someone who could do a little bit different things versatility wise on the defensive end with your schemes and stuff. But once again, it didn't necessarily show on the court yet. It's just hopeful that'll turn into that. And that's one of my issues with him, but no problem with him going to the Celtics right here. So I think that's a really good pick for them, especially they don't have a ton of big man depth, especially if that Vucevic go. So yeah, I definitely like this pick at this spot in the draft, especially with what's left out there. But yeah, just 3 picks left in this first round. Cleveland is going to get a pretty good player. I feel like there's only, I mean, some of these guys are debatable, but I definitely think Isaiah Evans and Malik Thomas are first round talents. I happen to think Joshua Jefferson is too, but I understand why he'd slip into the second round. And then pretty much everyone else, like maybe you can talk yourself into Koa Pete being a first round pick at the end of the first round. but I really don't like his game at all. So yeah, a lot of these players that are left are definite second round guys, in my opinion, other than the ones I mentioned. So I think there's still a couple of first round guys for these last few teams. But overall, talent's just drying up very fast in this draft. And I don't know what tomorrow's going to be, because like I said, there are not 30 guys left after today that should be drafted in a normal draft. And so I think you're going to have a lot of just taking flyers on players that might not necessarily be who you want, but I think a lot of this second round is going to be on two ways. I don't see many of them getting standard contracts, so I think agents are going to be upset with that. But Shaggy says he had Evans going to the Timberwolves. Can I go back to back? Yeah, they need some shooting. I think Evans would be good. Malik Thomas would be good here. They kind of missed out on the point guard run. They maybe should have tried to trade up to get Phylon or something when he slipped. I mean, point guards tomorrow. I guess Jaden Bradley, a little bit older guard, but has. I don't think he's going to be great on the next level, but he's solid. If you need a point guard, I think you still need to trade for Kyrie or Ja or someone like that. I don't really think you're gonna find it here, so I would just take a shooter. I'm just waiting on them to announce the pick. Caravan might not be bad for them either. Just someone with some championship experience, a winning type player. Yeah. Might thrive a little bit with some of the pressure, like not having a lot of attention with Anthony Edwards and Naz Reid and players like that in the same lineup. They do need some front court depth, though, after giving away Julius Randle yesterday and not getting anything in return. Oh, wait, this pick isn't going to Minnesota. Never mind. What am I thinking?
Minnesota Timberwolves select Joshua Jefferson from Iowa State University.
So that.
What do you say? You like Richard Jefferson?
Man, I'm sorry, chat. My bad. Yeah, this pick is going to Brooklyn. So I almost completely forgot about that. I even mentioned the Randall trade, so I just went all off on nothing. But Joshua Jefferson, man, I have Jefferson higher than most. But I absolutely hate this pick for Brooklyn. He's like, to me, he'd be a really solid role player on a good team. I don't like him on a bad team. And then you have like Randall and all these players you drafted last year, so I don't think positionally he really has a spot for playing time. And if you trade Michael Porter Jr. and add him to the mix, I think the shooting is going to be really difficult there. So, like the player a lot, do not like this particular team fit. But, all right, so we're the Cavs. Alex has been waiting all day, not patiently. Lazy Panda says Nets won't keep Randall. They're going to flip him. No reason to keep him. Well, I mean, they can try to flip him if he wasn't. If the Timberwolves had to salary dump him, the Nets aren't attaching picks to get rid of someone they just traded for. But also, the thing you might have forgotten is that the Nets do not have full control of their pick. It's owed a swap to the, I think it's Houston Rockets next year. So they're not trying to be bad next year. There's no reason for them to be bad. So it made sense for them to take Randall on and try to at least win us some games next year. So, but I don't know. I really like their pick at 6, but everything else they're doing seems like they're just, it's just so random. I don't know. Like I don't understand their vision. But they can get draft picks for what? For trading Randall, or they can get, because if they make trades and get other draft picks, how they do doesn't matter. So why do they need to trade Randall? And if they're trading Randall for draft picks, why would they be able to trade him for draft picks when Minnesota just had to give up a first to get him, or to get rid of his contract? I mean, they only moved down 5 spots, but they just had to give up something tangible to get rid of him. It's not like they got assets in return. They just straight moved down 5 spots to salary dump him. So maybe there's a team that offers you something, but then you're going to have to take on a bad contract back. I don't really see. I mean, maybe at the deadline or something you could, but I don't really see how they turn around and instantly flip him for more value. The OKC method is to rehabilitate them, so you have to have Randall play for a year or at least until the deadline. Trade. So Alex Wolf with the $2 donation says, "Go time, give me Evans or Thomas, maybe Baba. Hashtag Cleveland." Oh man, my guy Alex, I'm so sorry. He waited all day for this pick, and now he has to wait 5 picks. Not only 5 picks, but you have to wait until tomorrow now. You did have a feeling that Alex texted me earlier today saying, do you think they'll trade back a few spots into the second round to save some cap room? It looks like that's what they're doing. But if they were going to take Baba, maybe you still get him at 34. So I don't think that's bad. And maybe Thomas or Evans, if that's who you wanted as well, falls there. So yeah. Alex waited all day. He's on, is it 10:22 where you're at, or are you on East Coast time? Your go time is go time to not get to pick here. I'm sorry. But yeah, who's Sacramento taking then? And who did they trade up to get? I mean, I don't know if it's the greatest defensive backcourt. Oh yeah, so it's on East Coast time in Ohio. I don't think it's the greatest defensive backcourt. They're gonna really struggle on that end. I like Acuff and Isaiah Evans as your backcourt of the future, though. That kind of moves the needle a little bit for me. Not that I want the Kings to make good moves. Yeah, I'm just trying to think who the Kings would move up to take. Let's find out.
Here's Adam Silver.
We have another trade to announce. As part of a deal to be finalized later, the Minnesota Timberwolves are trading to the Brooklyn Nets the draft rights to Joshua Jefferson, the 28th pick. And with the 29th pick in the 2026 NBA draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select Alex Caravan from the University of Connecticut.
I was thinking about Caravan right when I was talking about the Kings, who the Kings should draft. And when I got to his name in my mind, I was like, no, that makes no sense for Sacramento to trade up for him in the situation they're in. And here we are. So this is another player where, just like Brooklyn with the last pick, I don't think Caravan makes any sense for the Sacramento Kings, or why you would trade up to take him. I'm kind of, yeah, it's the Kings. Kang's gonna Kangs. Okay. I mean, I guess they were worried about Dallas taking him, maybe? Man, Sacramento makes such a good move. I mean, Caravan's not a bad player. I don't like taking a older, established player that's like a role player with limited upside. I mean, he's solid player. He's just another one of those teams I thought would have been better, as a contributor to a good team, not a team that was one of the worst teams in the league last year. So, doesn't make sense to me. Maybe someone can explain it in chat. I got one more pick from Dallas here tonight, and then we'll redo this tomorrow. I felt like Malik Thomas or Isaiah Evans for shooting next to Acuff to help him spread the floor would have been really good, and especially with Keegan Murray's drop off in shooting since earlier in his career. Man, I don't get the Kings doing that. I don't know what they gave up. They probably didn't give up a ton, but yeah, I wouldn't have taken him there. Don't get that one, chat. I mean, I would have taken I don't even like Koa Pete, but I would have taken a chance on him there over Caravan. Like, swing for some upside, Sacramento. Like, what do you have to lose in the late first round? I mean, if you don't want to, they shouldn't have taken like a Ment or someone at 7. I really like their pick at 7, but you had a chance to add one of the 2 best shooters in the draft.
The Dallas Mavericks select Koa Pete from the University of Arizona.
RJ seems to like this pick.
Good night.
Commissioner.
Cut off what he was saying there. All right. Let me just read what I have written down for Koa Pete, okay? First off, should have gone back to school, in my opinion. Plays like a center trapped in a small forward's body. Super strong and athletic. Will that be effective on the next level? I don't know. He's decent around the rim. Got to give him credit for that. But absolutely horrendous outside of the rim. His shooting form is terrible. So bad that it might prevent him from developing at all. It's so bad. Maybe he can fix that. But his form is completely broken. and it seemed to got worse. It looked like he tried to tweak something and it got worse. 62% from the free throw line, so you can't even point to, well, at least he was a decent free throw shooter with some potential. But that potential is like everything with him is potential based. So I don't know. I guess he has a little bit okay passing feel. But and decent defender, I guess. But he took Morris Johnson at 9, who's like a better version of Koa Pete in every way. And you also have Cooper Flagg at the forward spot. So, I guess, I mean, the only thing you can say is the 30th pick, it's fine. Take a chance at high upside, swing for the fences, whatever. Yeah. Marv says, seems like the Mavs feel they need some muscle around Flagg with these picks. Like, I don't, even though it was kind of a shock, Morris Johnson, I don't think it was like a terrible pick by them. And obviously at the 30th pick to get someone that was highly rated coming into college and who still has tremendous upside if he figures some things out, I understand. A 30th pick traded to the Suns. Okay. I mean, I don't mind that, I guess, for the Suns. I didn't think that made a lot of sense. Can anyone else confirm that that's not that I don't trust you, Matthew? Did anyone else hear anything about a trade there? Yeah. I'll wait to see confirmation on that. I don't mind it as much for the Suns, just going for upside, and obviously being in Arizona. Skoto says it was traded. All right, so that's not bad. Sergio traded for Koa. He's the Knicks. 25 for 30. All right, so Knicks, I don't necessarily mind it for the Knicks either. Kind of similar to stashing a player, you're just swinging for upside there. But yeah, I mean, I don't mind taking Pete this late in the first round. I knew he was probably going to go in the first round. Oh, and then traded to Phoenix? Okay, so it's just being shuffled around. Yeah, so, I mean, I don't necessarily mind the pick this late. I had a really tough time, like I mentioned with Burries earlier. I watched Arizona thinking I was watching, at least early in the season, thinking I was going to watch some Pete film, and ended up being like, man, this Burries guy is way better than Go Pete. And then, and so, yeah, don't really like him as a prospect. Like I said, should have gone back to college and worked on his shot there. But I mean, if he figures some things out, Phoenix could look back as this being a steal, especially if they didn't give up a lot to get the 30th pick. So yeah, not a bad move overall. I like Phoenix going for that much more than Dallas after already taking Morez, but yeah, so that's the end of the first round. Yay! Special shout out to all of you who have been here the whole stream. Man, it's definitely something doing what I've been live for 4+ hours, 4.5 hours almost, by myself. Not complaining at all. It's been super fun. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you learned something if you didn't know much about the prospects and were just watching to do so. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know if I'll go live quite as early as I did today. I don't think we need to go live a full hour beforehand, but definitely go live a little bit beforehand. And then, of course, if the Blazers make a trade or something else happens, like the coaching news this morning happened, definitely go live for that whenever that happens. Yeah, so I think overall I was really impressed with a lot of teams, the way they drafted, and I think there's a lot of teams that should be really happy right now with the way this whole draft played out. And there's still a handful of players that I think will be, I think there's going to be a lot of maybe maneuvering trades in that first part of the second round. And then, I mean, there's always trades in the second round in general, so there'll still be that. But I think the cost of moving up into this early second round, because there's only a handful of players that are still really good left, I think you might see a little bit more value for those picks than normal. Bucks picks got worse. Are you just talking about with the Giannis trade? Alex wants to know if his Cavs were the biggest loser. No, I know it sucks, Alex, but the Cavs are fine. They're still going to get all three of the guys that you mentioned are still on the board. There's 4 picks in Tellier's, so 31, 32, 33, and then your pick. Unless those 3 players all go in those 3 picks, you're still going to get one of those 3, and I think you're happy either way. And I'm pretty confident one of those 3 will be there. So I think you're fine, man. Don't worry about it. You're good. And yeah, I mean, it just sucks not having a pick tonight, but yeah. Dan says, I feel like no one really had an awful draft. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, you can debate some of the some of the picks or whatever, but yeah, I don't think anyone really had a terrible draft. Robert says, well, I'm glad the Blazers finally hired a coach, but what is going on with them missing out on Giannis and nothing happening? I thought we were a rip city, but right now it seems like rip off city. I mean, now that a lot of teams use their picks, so the Blazers have those 3 Bucks picks. Giannis is not in Milwaukee anymore, so those picks are going to have a ton of value, I think, moving forward. And so I think the Blazers are just positioning themselves. If Jaylen Brown is available, probably need a third team for that trade to work. But I think they're still sitting there. None of the big names other than Giannis got traded, so maybe they still feel like they're in play for someone else. Yeah, so I don't think. I know it sucks that the Blazers, this happens a lot with the Blazers, I mean, we traded for Veit at the last deadline, but that was the only move we made. The previous deadline and previous whole season, they didn't make a single move, really, that entire season. So there was sometimes, and I know it definitely sucks to not do anything, but I do think the right move was to save those assets and not do anything that was kind of a minimalist type move where you're getting a late first or getting a role player and using one of those picks to get them. I think it's smart to save those for a big trade. And then Shaggy asked, do you think the Bucks picks tonight lower add to the value? I don't think with rookies it changes it at all. So I think those picks, when you project out a team that just traded them, like no one, unless you had, I mean, if they had a top 3 pick, it might have been different. But with the 10th and 13th pick, no one's going to be like, oh, wait, in 4 years, Nate Ament and Braden Burries are going to be so good, those picks are going to be worthless. Like, I don't think it works that way. So I think it didn't switch at all. I think it obviously increased a ton in value when they decided to move on from Giannis, but not for this particular night that it did anything. And then Taylor asked, I've been meaning to ask, how does trading a Buck swap to another team work? Do we have to trade our first round pick with the swap? No. So basically you'd be trading. So if it was for a star, like let's just say it's Jaylen Brown and we included all the Bucks picks, it would be, so in 28 and 2030, it would be, we would trade Boston the best of our pick or the Bucks pick is basically how it would be worded. And that's the same with, so the pick, we actually had 3 picks in 2029. So we had the Bucks, the Celtics, and our pick in 2029 prior to the Denny trade. And then we traded the second best in that trade. So they have the second best, Washington does. But Portland has the best of those 3 and the worst of those 3 available to trade, as long as they don't violate the step-in rule. But you can trade one of those for sure. So if we traded for a star, it would be the best of those 3 teams in 2029, and then it would be the best of Portland and Milwaukee in 2028, and the best of Portland and Milwaukee in 2030, most likely. I'm guessing if you're trading for a star, those would be unprotected picks, and those would be the main draw of the picks. So basically, it's like you're trading them the swap, but they're getting whatever swap is the best of the 2. So you would lose the pick unless you just did a swap 2. You could include, I guess you could include, you could do what the Blazers did in 2029. Like, let's just say we traded it to Boston, and then so it would be, you could just say it's a swap, but then they get the best of the Bucks, or they get the best 2 then of the Bucks. Or no, that wouldn't work. They would get the best of the Bucks and Blazers and or Celtics, and then we get the worst of those 3. I don't know. Or I guess Bucks would get the worst, and then we get the second worst. There's lots of ways you can word it. It's not like a set thing, but it also depends on what draft picks we trade to see what other picks we have to not violate that step-in rule and all that. Because right now we could trade all 3 outright without them being swaps, to, as long as we kept like the worst of 2029. So that's pretty valuable to have, to be able to trade the best of Portland or Milwaukee in 2028 and 2030, and then the best of Portland, Milwaukee, and Boston in 2029. And then we just keep the worst of those 3 in 2029, so then we could trade 2030 and 2031. So, yeah. Yeah, it's a little more valuable because we're trading the actual first, yeah. Yeah. From our point of view. The Bucks, It's a little complicated. If we would have traded him back to the Bucks, it would have been a little complicated because there's also like a secondary swap with Washington one of those years, and so it gets a little convoluted, but it probably would have been worded the same way. We would have basically reverse swapped it back to where they get to pick outright whoever's worse. Danny says maybe there's, I'm assuming you mean undrafted free agent that the Blazers can sign, like Caleb Love, but a power forward. Yeah, but we still have a whole another round of the draft tomorrow before we know that. But I'll definitely stick around after the draft because there's usually a bunch of two-way signings right away. And if the Blazers do one like Caleb Love, definitely be interesting to talk about. I said this earlier, but I think whatever the best shooting, especially if it's a forward or something, like just if you have a shooter that doesn't get drafted, that's the best shooter on your board, just take a flyer on a two-way. Use one of those two-way spots on that. I think that's a good use of it. They don't have to play when you have your full roster in, but anytime someone's out or whatever, you can use a game up of their 50 games and just maybe use them to spot the floor or whatever. But yeah, pretty fun draft. Lots of good moves by teams. Just I was telling you guys I knew the Blazers were not going to make a pick tonight. But it's always disappointing. I felt the same way when, at least when we traded for Denny, we had 2 first-round picks, but prior to that was like an hour before the draft when that happened. So it was like the whole process of studying for the draft and stuff, you were thinking the Blazers have 2 lottery picks. Who are they going to get at 14? And so it was a little disappointing to lose that second first-round pick, but at least we still had 7. And then, Klingon falls to 7, so they get the guy they would have drafted if we would have moved up anyway, most likely. So it all worked out for the Blazers. And then there was the Robert Covington draft where I really liked Aaron Nesmith and Sadiq Bey. And I felt like the Blazers really could have used some wing depth, and both of those guys would have been really good for the Blazers, I thought. And so we ended up trading 2 picks that year for Robert Covington, and then didn't end up having a pick. So, and then that pick ended up being Isaiah Stewart is who we picked for Detroit in that trade. Because they made a trade with Houston, who we traded for Covington with. And, so, it's always disappointing when Portland doesn't have a pick, especially being like a draft nerd. But, it was kind of fun just sitting back and observing it from other teams' point of view and not necessarily being like centric towards how this affects the Blazers, just watching other teams navigate the board and fill out their roster. So definitely actually kind of scary as a Blazer fan that teams are making somewhat good moves. Don't like to see that, I guess, especially Western Conference teams. But Blazers will be fine. They still have all off season to make a big move. And the caveat is if they don't make any sort of significant move, I think Cronin's pretty much reliant on the Blazers taking a huge step out of nowhere, or he's gone. So either something's going to happen, or they're going to bring in a GM who isn't afraid to take a swing. It sucks like trying to be patient. I I mean, Alex can't even be patient for one more day until he gets to see his Cavs pick, let alone the Blazers who don't even have a pick and who have had a history of kicking the can down the road and not doing much at certain times. But yeah, we'll be fine. I think we're all right. I still think there's a lot to look forward to. I still think they're going to try to make a big move, and I'll be right here when it happens to talk about it. And appreciate everyone's support and everyone who tuned in today, even if it was just for a few minutes or you're switching back and forth between other things. Just really appreciate everyone. And Shaggy Squid had a donation. $2 says, thanks for the stream, Eric. Appreciate your time. And I appreciate all you guys. It's been fun. Give everyone a Blazer fist bump on my way out. Appreciate you all. This has been the Rip City Retro coverage of the NBA Draft. We'll be back tomorrow. If you want to tune in again and hang out with me tomorrow night, love to have you. And if not, hope to see you a week from tonight when free agency opens. And to answer someone's question real quick, the teams can negotiate with their own free agents, just not other teams' free agents until June 30th. So technically the Blazers could re-sign Rob Will or Matisse Thybulle any day now. But I expect at least Rob Will to test free agency and kind of go on a recruiting visit to several teams just to see what they say and what they have to offer. Might get into a bit of a bidding war. But yeah, so I don't expect the Blazers to make a free agent signing or a big trade until probably free agency starts. But we can be hopeful. And have a good night, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. And we'll see you tomorrow on Rip City Retro. Have a good night.